Okay. All right. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our Tuesday, July 6th City Council meeting, public hearing, and this is our 6 p.m. workshop. My microphone is not on. I'm not following my rules. Everybody check your microphones, make sure they're very close, and don't lean back when you're talking. All right, so welcome, everybody. We are still, the council is in chambers with one member remote. We'll have one absent tonight, and we're waiting on a third. So we are slowly getting back to normal around here. So going forward, we can have the council and a few of the staff members here. We're still working on getting the public back into the building with our limited space. So stay tuned on that. When we get to that point, we'll still continue to do hybrid meetings. So again, welcome to our Tuesday, July 6th workshop. Our first topic on the workshop tonight is follow up on Resolution 12-156E. I'll do a quick head count. If you can just answer that present or aye or hi or however you want to do it tonight. Councilmember Kennedy, Mayor Pro Tem, sorry. Councilmember Kurtz. Present. Councilmember Stevers.
Present.
I see your hand. There you go. Councilmember Follier.
Here.
Okay, and I know Odin Langford will not be joining us for family issue tonight, and we are hoping to see Councilmember Dunn shortly. So without further ado, we need to go ahead and...
We do have it.
Oh, there you are.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Dan, I didn't have my screen big enough. I did not see you. Let me move you over here. All righty, so welcome, Councilmember Dunn. Thanks for speaking up. Now I can see everybody on the council. All right, so Todd, if you can go to the red lines of our ordinance. I know we had some additional feedback in the couple weeks that we were out. It's been a long time since we've been 3 weeks between council meetings. So that's the worksheet. If you can go to the red lines. There you go. All right, let's get them a little bit bigger here. So I'm just going to hit up the red lines as we go here. We'll go ahead and start on page, what's titled page 1 after the table of contents. So at the beginning, we have made an adjustment with regards to Robert's Rules of Order as a reference. So the beginning now reads, these rules shall be considered the rules of procedure for the City of Liberty Lake City Council operating under the mayor-council form of government. For decisions on points of order, the city shall use the most recent Robert Rules of Order as a guide or reference. Speaking to Mayor Pro Tem Kennedy's note that we don't follow it 100%. I think Ann McFarland called it Robert's Rules Light. So we need to give ourselves a little bit of grace sometimes on some of those rules. So if there are no objections to that piece of the red line, I will move forward. So speak up if you want me to stop. Okay. Section 1.2, this is still it's under respect and decorum. We're still under legal review with regards to council members and the public obviously shall obey the legitimate orders of the mayor, duly noted. And I actually during the AWC conferences now 2 weeks ago already, wow. There were several breakout sessions on some of these things. So with regards to what the public can say, public can stand up and call us every name in the book if they want to. We can't do anything about it. The key is whether the person is disrupting the meeting. So that is the key here. So we can't ask somebody to leave if they're saying something we don't like, but if they are disrupting the business of the council, then there is a legitimate reason to remove. So I do see the note here, the section is under legal review. Any person making disruptive, disparaging, or impertinent remarks or unreasonably disturbing the business of the council, either while addressing the council or attending the proceedings, so on. So we do need to edit that with regards to disparaging or impertinent remarks, and just focus that down on disrupting the meeting. Are there any other comments on that? We will finesse that a little bit more before we hit this again. Okay. Bottom of page 1, just a clarification. Members of this council may be excused from a meeting by contacting the mayor or mayor pro tem or city administrator. The mayor or mayor pro tem or city administrator shall inform the council of the member's absence. That just kind of gives us a little bit more wide breadth to make sure that somebody gets in touch with us. All right, page 2, and, okay. Following are examples of appropriate reasons for excusing an absence: illness, family emergency, business obligation, or other city business. If excusal was for attendance for other city business, meeting minutes will reflect which event was attended. Any issues there? Not seeing any. Third paragraph, it is understood that during an emergency, it is not always possible for a council member to notify the mayor, mayor pro tem, or city administrator of the member's absence in advance of a meeting. If this situation were to occur, a motion to excuse the absent council member can be made at the next regularly scheduled council meeting, and the vote will be reflected in the minutes. Okay, not hearing any, we'll keep going. 1.5, due to COVID, this policy will be revisited in 2022. We will revisit the entire section. We did update this section. This is regards to remote attendance, where it used to be attendance via speakerphone. We have searched and replaced quite a lot of the verbiage, AVS, audiovisual, I'm assuming that was at one point. I'm feeling old. And we've replaced that with remote attendance, again, noting that we will need to revisit this again in 2022. So I'm just kind of reading through here, remote attendance. No, none of those rules have really changed with the exception of just clearing up the verbiage. Are there any comments on section 1.5A?
Mayor, I have
Yes.
a question. So in the past, it seemed as though the exception of the speakerphone and the AV system and all that was kind of limited, and they didn't want council to do it very often. So something for the council to consider is, do you want to be that restricted? Do you want that council member to attend via Zoom on a regular basis or not? And that's a policy.
Yes, exactly. And that's something that we need to put in place for as we revisit this in 2022. Okay, so seeing no other hands on section 1.5 or 1.5A, I'm going to go to page 3. Again, section B follows similar path regards to updating speakerphone to remotely. So there's no any additions or changes on section B on page 3. We'll go to notification. Again, there is one thing on here I want to address. So we've changed the via speakerphone to remotely. The second paragraph under C, if that is not possible, the council member shall notify the mayor or mayor's designee of his or her wish to attend a council meeting remotely for an agenda item or meeting not later than one business day prior to the council meeting. I think that's where we're a little bit restricted at this point. I'd be open to ideas if you guys want to adjust that now or wait till the next full edit. Because I think right now we're still in a position where COVID's still affecting some of our ability to be here. So I think restricting it to no later than one business day prior, while that's nice, I don't think we always get that. I'd like to hear some thoughts on that with regards to the edits. Go ahead, Councilmember Kurtz.
My question is there a reason that we would need to notify a date in advance if we can just join in by Zoom? Like, what's the rationale behind the restriction?
So originally is because joining by speakerphone took a lot of time to set up, and it was really hard to hear. But if, I would support even striking that, as long as we know if you're not going to make it, just like the rest we do anyway. Let us know if you're not going to make it. So we'll either expect you here in the council chambers or on Zoom. So so Katie, if we can make that additional red line, and Kyle, I know you're taking notes too. So maybe we do, let me go back to the beginning. If a council member wishes to attend a council meeting remotely for an agenda item, I would say attend a council meeting remotely, and strike for an agenda item or meeting. The council member should notify council of his or her intent at the preceding council member meeting. This notification should be made during the introduction of upcoming agenda items. So it says should, I guess if we know that far ahead of time, that would be nice to know, but it's not a shall.
Mayor, the only thing I would like to add is if there is a number of council members that are absent from Zoom, absent from physically being here, and we didn't have a quorum, it would be nice to know in advance. We would hate to get to the meeting just to find out we didn't have.
Right, one that follows the previous rules too.
Yeah.
We need to know ahead of time if we're gonna have enough people there for a quorum. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think what's important is this issue that we're looking at right here. We're still in the process of getting back to what we consider normal. And normal has always been the past where all the council members are here. We allow citizens, things of the sort here. I think it'll be a period of time where we're able to allow citizens back in here. But I do think it's important to have council back in chambers. The simple reason that I think individuals who are here realize that when you can look across the table and you're talking to a council member versus on Zoom, it is a better meeting. So I think it's important that the council members that in South look at this, at what is best for the overall benefit of the city.
Go ahead, Councilmember Follier.
So my question is, I want to make sure I'm hearing this right. Are you saying that if you attend a council meeting by way of Zoom, that you wouldn't count as towards a quorum?
No, if you attend by Zoom, you're attending the meeting.
No, yeah.
Right, so,
So if you didn't attend by Zoom and you didn't attend in person, then you're absent,
right, but
and
if you attend by Zoom,
You are there.
oh, then I misunderstood.
Yeah. And so there's really no change to that. So if we, just as we have done in the past, we need to notify somebody, myself, Katie, Mayor Pro Tem, of the absence ahead of time, so we know if we're gonna have a quorum, because if we're not, we'll have to cancel the meeting, or at least, or we could basically have one with no action at that point. So that really hasn't changed.
So to follow up with your question then, Mayor, I don't have an issue with a day's heads up. It shouldn't be 5 minutes.
Right,
If you strike it, could be 5 minutes.
gotcha.
Not that I would ever do that.
Councilmember Stevens, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what Councilmember Kennedy is saying about all council members being in person. That said, I would encourage council, especially if you're doing a revisit of this in 2022. I'll no longer be on council at that time, but that you consider some of the hybrid models that most businesses are going to, and that has been proven to be very effective in most industries, according to what I'm hearing at least. I don't think there's anything wrong with a hybrid model and a couple of council members being on Zoom and a couple of council members being in person. It seems to work just fine for most businesses and most industries. So I'd encourage it, because we don't know who all is going to join council in the future or what their time restrictions are. It can be nice for certain people at different times in their lives. So we might get more diversity joining council with a little bit of flexibility allowed there.
So I think that's more of a policy discussion that the council probably needs to have. But for now, so again, we're back to paragraph C on page 3. So what I've done is, first paragraph, if a council member wishes to attend a council meeting remotely, the council member should notify council or his or her intent at the preceding council member. And I think I'll just strike the last sentence there. Next paragraph, if that is not possible, the council member shall notify the mayor or mayor's designee of his or her wish to attend a council meeting remotely, period. Because we used to just dial in for certain topics when we were doing it by speakerphone, because it was quite cumbersome. Disney or his or her wish to attend a council meeting remotely, not later than 1 business day prior to the council meeting, period. We'll take a run at that for our next pass, if that's okay with everybody. I see Councilmember Kurt's hand up.
Sorry.
Mr. Cal, I don't know whether to look at you here or there.
Yeah. I would support just that they, let's see, wishing to attend a council meeting remotely for a meeting, because I think you're striking the agenda item,
Mhm.
is that right?
Correct.
And period.
Mhm.
Do we need to have a timeframe for that, like a 1 day? It feels a little arbitrary to me, but if
Yeah.
there's a business purpose for it. But just that if we're gonna attend remotely, that we notify somebody.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
I'll throw out something that
Sure.
might make sense by noon of the day of the meeting. How's that? By the noon.
I think that,
Noon of the council.
I think that probably makes more sense. That gives Todd time to plan if we need to. Is everybody okay with that, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I see no challenge to that, because if you think about how we've been operating now, we don't really know who's gonna be here and who's not gonna be here
Right.
until just before the meeting. So it really is not I don't see it as being a challenge,
All right.
just before the meeting, if somebody's gonna be remotely or not.
Okay.
The further thing I'd like to say about the remotely aspect of it is if there is an advantage to that, and I will certainly benefit from that as time moves on. But for our citizens, this is the rare opportunity that the citizens actually has an opportunity to see their council member. There's really no other time that happens. And also the benefit is it allows the council members themselves to be in person with the other council members and discuss items that come up or what's going on. Thank you.
Okay. All right, not hearing any more. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I need to retract just for a minute.
Okay, sure.
One wordsmithing that
Yeah.
Katie and I caught here the other day is that under B3, the last sentence there refers to the mayor is not specifically present, should say, let the records reflect that the council member, whoever it is, remotely attendance has been terminated. The recommendations go to, has been discontinued or something like that, but we felt terminated was a little harsh.
Let the record reflect that the council member Smith, remote attendance has ended.
Concluded.
Has
Right.
concluded.
Maybe disconnected.
Anything but terminated.
Okay, we'll decide what that word is.
Yes, I know.
Okay, got it. All right, so 1.6, same page, again, just, some cleanup of some wording as to who to notify, attendance of media council meetings. We didn't really have anything more change on that, so 1.7.
There was,
All meetings of the council and its committees shall be open to the media. Turn to page 4. Attendance shall not interfere with the orderly conduct of the meetings of the mayor. I'm having trouble finding tonight. With the orderly conduct of the meetings, the mayor may make such orders as necessary.
which one are you on?
Oh, that doesn't sound right.
You're on 1.7?
Yeah, so I'm gonna read it again because something didn't flow there after that change. All meetings of the council and its committees shall be open to the media, period. Attendance shall not interfere with the orderly conduct of the meetings. The mayor may make such orders as necessary. That's,
There's a comma behind you.
Period, the mayor, yeah.
okay. I guess I'm not clear on the mayor may make such orders, what orders?
Well, it would probably be based on a daily basis. I mean,
Yeah. Well, and that falls in with disrupting the meetings under another section, so in my mind, we don't need the last part of the mayor may make such orders as necessary because we've already covered disruption of the meeting. Is that okay with everybody? Makes it a little more clear? Yes?
Oh, yeah.
We're good? Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. One addition needs to be put to that is all meetings of the council and committee shall be open to the media except executive sessions.
Oh, yeah. Good catch. All right, back on page 4. All right, types of meetings, regular council meetings, we're in section 2.1, top of page 4. The council shall meet regularly on the first and third Tuesdays of each month, beginning at 7 p.m. and ending at 10 p.m. with a 1-hour extension to 11 p.m. by majority vote. And we talked about that last meeting. I don't think there are any further changes to that. When a council meeting falls on a holiday or election day, the council may determine an alternate day for that meeting. The location of the meetings shall be the city of Liberty Lake City Hall unless specified otherwise by a majority vote of the council. All good with that? Okay, next section, with regards to special meetings. Special meetings may be called by the mayor or any 3 members of the council. There were really no other changes into the main paragraph except we struck fax because I don't think anybody has a fax machine anymore. And then we've got a note here, this needs legal review with regards to not modifying that agenda. Sean, are you on tonight yet? I know he was gonna be here later. Katie, did you guys get any feedback from him on this section?
Not yet.
Okay, we need to get this thing
Madam,
finished.
Madam, I had a
Yes.
conversation with Sean earlier, and he would be here for the 7 o'clock.
Okay, all right.
I have something in reference to 2.2,
Mm-hmm,
if I may. Thank
Sure.
you. One thing that's become apparent on this, and this has come up in the past, and I forgot about this, but it becomes really obvious, that it's a special meeting we call by the mayor or any 3 members of the council. The challenge with that is that just to get that accomplished, I think brings us into not complying with open public meetings. And I believe what it sets up is the possibility of a string meeting. For the simple reason, I use myself for an example. If I need 2 other council members to get something on that agenda, what happens, I have to contact 2 individuals and tell them what I want them to vote on. They have to agree with me. If I contact these 2 council members and they say, gee, no, I'm not going to support you on that, that means I have to go to the next 2. And what that develops into is a string meeting. So I think it's something that we need to further look at. Sean has made some comments on this. I think it needs a little more research on our part.
because I can see, just for using an example, because I know you and I were talking about this yesterday, say, Councilmember Christian put something on the agenda, send an email to the council, would like for this to, the subject, not pro or against or anything, I'd like to bring a special meeting on this topic. Please let city administrator or city clerk know if you support putting this on the agenda. That would kind of get us out of the serial meeting, I believe. We can check.
I think, I'm sorry, I've already made a comment.
Oh, go ahead.
Another comment.
I just want to clarify, the content of the paragraph is a special meeting, it's not an agenda item, right?
Right, but a special meeting usually comes with an action item.
So when you say special meeting, as I read this, to me, it's like let's have a special meeting separate from our normal scheduled meeting.
Correct. Right, but
But the discussion I'm hearing is pertaining to something on the agenda.
no, this is for special meetings. So to Mike's point, if you want to put something on the agenda, if you start making phone calls to people or call a couple people, say, hey, this is what I'd like the special meeting to be about, it can be, and then they call other people, it could end up being a serial meeting, which we all want to stay away from. So I think, so Sean is able to join us. So good timing. So Sean, on this topic, say a council member wants to just call a special meeting, would it be appropriate to send an email to the council and with the subject, and then have them reply to the city clerk with whether or not they agree with the special meeting, or are they still in hot water there?
So the intent is there's just one city council member saying, I want to have a special meeting on X.
Yeah, and then they reply to the city clerk, not to each other, or reply all,
About having it.
about whether they agree with having a special
I
meeting.
think that would be fine.
Okay. All right.
I guess my question is, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
What would not be fine? What would not be fine, though? Maybe that's a different.
I think the concern is that you start hitting reply all.
I need you on a microphone, sorry. Yeah, we've got a couple over here.
Take it easy, like, I don't need to.
I think the concern is that if you had, everybody reply all, and then you start communicating back and forth and making decisions within the context of an email, whatever that may be, whether it's about the special meeting or some other topic that comes up, that's what you want to avoid.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sean, we talked about this yesterday, and I guess my concern would be is this. If I want to have a special meeting, or what also applies to this on page 8, 6.1, where it takes mayor or 3 council members to put on an ordinance or resolution. Now, what it would encourage is that if I want to have that, and I want to contact Annie, she would say, well, what do you want? Or why do you want this? And I think it encourages a discussion. And I think that's where we might get into trouble with open public meetings. I find it hard to believe that if I would contact 2 council members and say, I want you to support me, or excuse me, I want you to vote along with me on this, that they wouldn't say, what is this? Or why are you doing this?
Well, but I don't think you necessarily have to say,
Question is to-
sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe I'm either understanding you correctly or not, but that seems a little different from the standpoint of just whether you want to have a meeting, not versus discussing what the content of the meeting is. So I'm not sure I'm following you. If you're asking if you want to talk about the content, that's a little bit different.
Well, when you and I talked yesterday, I thought, my assumption was we're off the phone, we are talking content. Because it's a special meeting.
Yeah, from the standpoint of just having it on the agenda, I don't think it's an issue of saying, I'd like to have a special meeting about, chairs. And so you want to talk about chairs, and does anybody have, would like to have that? Everyone responds, and, yeah, majority of the council or all the council, we want to have a special meeting about chairs. Puts it on the agenda. You're not necessarily talking about what you want to do with chairs, or why you want to talk about chairs, or anything like that.
I thought about this since you and I talked yesterday. I would throw out this for the council's consideration. We have it now where any single council member can add something to the agenda. The way this is written here, and also on page 8, 6.1, it says the mayor individually can add something, but it takes 3 council members. That makes no sense to me. Why not mayor or council member? Because when it comes on the agenda, the council is going to approve it or not. I just don't see where we have to, one individual can approve, ask for it, it's okay, but it takes 3 council members.
I think the intent with the mayor is that the mayor is dealing with day-to-day operations, and things may come up with staff or running the city, and that wants to address that to the council. For example, in my arena in litigation, council may not be aware of something relative to litigation, the mayor is aware of it, the mayor wants to call a special meeting to advise the city council about what's going on, potential actual litigation. Just one example of why you'd want the mayor to have that ability.
I understand what you're saying. I think we want to keep that in mind when we get on page 8, that's 6.1. Okay, thank you.
All right, anybody else, am I missing any hands? Dan, go ahead.
Maybe just a suggestion, what I would take is an MO of, we, at each council meeting, open the floor as a council member report. And in that gesture, I think that if anybody had an objective or say a seeking a date for a special meeting or a topic, I think it's appropriate to introduce that conceptually during the council report. That would allow the discussion and the interaction to determine if such a special meeting would be allowed. So I feel that I have what is needed as tools to introduce that.
Thank you for the comment. Okay, we will, seeing none other on that section, we'll jump down to 2.4 with regards to workshops. The council may hold workshops on the first and third Tuesday of each month prior to the regularly scheduled council meeting beginning at 6 p.m. and ending before 7 p.m. The council may also hold special workshops outside of the first and third Tuesdays of each month prior to a regularly scheduled city council meeting. And we go on, the purpose of the workshops will provide the council with information surrounding impending and or current city business. This is all the same. And then we go on at the bottom of page 4, continuing to 5. Mandatory attendance is expected by all city council members at the workshops, and the meeting minutes will reflect the record of attendance. So taking comments on that with regards to attendance at workshops being mandatory. I know that there's been some discussion on that in the past. If there are, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I would like to point out, because I'm being credited for that, and I do not believe I used the word mandatory. I think mandatory is pretty strong.
Required? No, attendance
Perhaps this is a place for should
mandatory
rather
off.
than shall.
Strongly encouraging. I just don't, yeah, I didn't see mandatory in my vocabulary that I would use that there.
Okay, so we'll strike mandatory at the bottom of page 4 and maybe start with attendance is, not, what did you say? Strongly encouraged. How's, okay. It's strongly encouraged by all city council members at the workshops, and the meeting minutes will reflect the record of attendance. All right, if there's no other questions or comments on that, Councilmember Follier.
Thank you, Mayor. So one of the portion that talks about the workshops will allow informal discussion of issues amongst the council. But then later in the sentence, it says that they can take action at a future, recommend, or may also be directed for action at a regular meeting or during the workshop itself. So how can we have a sentence that talks about informal discussion, but at the end of it, it says we can take action? So I would like to see us strike informal discussion to say workshops will allow discussion of issues. That solves that problem.
Any objection to that? Councilmember Dunn first?
Yeah, I actually appreciate the reference to informal discussion. I like to think that the workshop creates a different atmosphere of conversation. And when I read the sentence, what I'm hearing is directing staff to consider take action. So I distinguish that from, say, a vote amongst council members as, an action, as much as just consider the staff to take action.
Thank you, Mayor. Dan, I'm sorry, but I have to disagree. I think we sat through a workshop where it was discussed that we can take action during the workshop meeting. So I've never been under the impression that it was a staff directive type of a discussion. If we want to take action on an item, as was the example used before, was to talk about chairs, which we badly need to do, then we should be able to take action about these chairs.
Phil picked the short straw on the chair.
I did. So that's my example. We should leave ourselves open to be able to take action on items as needed and not restrict ourselves.
Katie, I think
I-
I'm trying to get your. Go ahead, Dan.
Just a quick observation, does the allow informal discussion of issues contradict taking action?
I don't think it does. I think we can have both.
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Councilmember Curtin.
I like the idea of having the informal discussion piece added in, and I'm wondering if that is, the intent maybe back in the day was that we wouldn't be like, kind of like we are now, being formal.
Yeah.
Right? And having more of just a conversation versus the calling on people, which I know is part of that also because of where we are today, but.
Yeah.
And that's where we've been since I've been here, but I like the idea of it just being a conversation versus the formality of this, but that we still are able to take the action in the meeting.
Sean, do you see anything contradictory in that? It's up on the screen if you want it.
Yeah, I think we're at the 2.4.
Yes.
Um,
Fourth sentence from the bottom.
A little bit down that, there we go. You're talking about deleting informal?
Yes. And does leaving informal contradict the ability to take an action?
I don't think it changes the ability of the council to take action. I think the intent originally was that the workshop was meant from the standpoint of the council just having some discussion that may not necessarily lead to an action, but I don't think it precludes you from taking action if you want to.
Right. Thanks for clarifying that. Councilman McCurt.
I'm hearing Phil's point though, I mean, does there need to be some sort of clarification in there that the council can take action? Is it not worded directly enough?
Mayor, if I may, I don't think you need to have specific language in there that allows the council to act. Council can act, during the course of a meeting. It's a regular scheduled meeting or a special meeting that you've noticed. So I don't think it would change the standpoint of the rules that would prohibit you from doing it because you don't have it included.
There's been this myth that we can't, and then until we went to the training and stuff, and then realized that we could, and that's what makes me wonder if putting it down in there might help the myth not perpetuate later, but.
Sure. I mean, I don't think the informal was meant to preclude anything. I think the intent was just to allow the council to have these workshops and to have a discussion where it wasn't necessarily always going to lead to some type of action that maybe during the course of a workshop, the citizens wanted to either participate or couldn't participate, but knew that it would come back later on at a different time where they could then, participate because they had missed a meeting. And so I think that's kind of the premise behind informal, but it wasn't necessarily meant to preclude any type of action in the future or at that meeting.
Okay. All right, so not seeing any other hands, we'll be leaving it as is, it sounds like. Okay. All right, top of page 5, section 2.5 with regards to executive sessions. We did strike or close meetings in the first sentence. We referenced the RCW. Any request for an executive session should or shall, Sean, should be routed through the city attorney. Third sentence in that section.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, the red line?
Yeah.
I think it's probably good to just have it in there. In practice, that's how it generally
Well,
works.
I mean, do you want, should it be should or should it be shall?
Myself would say shall, just so that we make sure that we're all on the same page, but obviously that's not my decision. My recommendation would be shall.
Yeah, and I tend to agree. Does anybody disagree? I know should has gotten us in trouble in the past with other activities, so we will clarify that to be shall. Okay, so nothing else in there changed. We do have a note here, review of the above language in this section with the language in section 4.1, clarify and consider adding the code of ethics for municipal officers as an addendum. So we'll take a look at that when we get to 4.1 as well. Chairs and duties, section 3, nothing has changed until we get down to 3.5. Substitution for chair, the chair may call upon the mayor or mayor pro tem or any other member to restruct temporarily chair the meeting. So the only reason I can think that temporarily was in there, for example, a month or two ago, my battery ran down and I asked Mayor Pro Tem to take over the meeting while I was getting that rectified. That's what brings to mind temporary. Does it really make a difference here, Sean?
With regard to keeping temporary?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea is, you know, if you had to leave during a meeting for any purpose, whether it was for a phone or a family emergency or something, was to then chair the meeting, and then if you were to come back, then you would resume duties as chair of the meeting. I think that was the premise behind temporarily.
Okay. But if we strike it, does it really change the intent?
I don't think so.
I know. Is there any opposition to removing the temporary? I don't see any hands. Okay, there you go, Councilmember Curt.
I'm just wondering if then it is sort of redundant with 3.1, the chair, because it says already there that you can call upon somebody to do that. So if we're going to take out temporarily, I don't know that, I think it feels redundant to me, but
I think the intent for the first 3.1 is maybe if the mayor is not at a meeting.
Yeah.
And then 3.5, I think the intent was during the course of that meeting that you're in. For those two sections.
That makes sense. Okay. Oh, we can strike temporary. Any other hands on that? Okay, just watching the clock here. Okay, we're doing okay. So section 4, we're at the top of page 6, 4.1. And Phil, we have your sections and your numbers and your letters on each of the sections here. So I like that suggestion. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I bring the council's attention to 4.1D, roll call. It says the mayor calls the roll of the council. I feel it would need to be added there. Katie and I have been bringing this up on all regular meetings, workshops, and special meetings. That would require a roll call for all those meetings.
So I think that would probably go in a separate section because we're in the section that goes through the regular meeting agenda. So we'll probably need to figure out where that's appropriate in the other sections to call out. Does that work?
Which is more than.
Yeah, there's several ones, and we'll find that. Good point. Okay. So, trying to see, so we just corrected chair on most of them, or mayor pro tem on the agenda approval. So, section 4.1G, announcements, proclamations, special presentations. So, in the past, most proclamations that we've received have been kind of, I hate to say no-brainer, but, you know, they're Cancer Awareness Month, they're the Fertility Awareness Month, Breast Cancer Awareness Month. But we do have some that don't fall into that, so, I hate to say, normal kind of course of business topic. So, and in fact, we actually have one on the agenda today. So, what I would like the council to consider, because this section actually says, the chair makes announcements of upcoming meetings and events and presents proclamations. So to me, I would like to make a shift to having the council be able to review the proclamation ahead of time and maybe vote on its support before it being read. Because we do have, and then also maybe separately consider a policy. Because there are some, you know, that we've gotten that have been not expected, and maybe controversial. So, you know, I'd like to put that kind of in your hands because the proclamations, you know, do kind of speak for the city, and that's what you guys are here for. So I'd like to hear any comments on that.
Sure.
Go ahead, Councilmember Follier.
I'll jump right in. No, I would be in favor of that for sure. So would you make that, inclusion into the process in 4.1G?
Yeah, I would think so, yeah. So if there, I kind of, am just thinking off the top of my head. So say we have a proclamation on the agenda like we do tonight.
And I just would like to follow up on.
Sure.
I'm in favor of something like this, simply because proclamations can be submitted by anybody or any organization.
Yeah.
And it seems to me, it's important that, like you just said, we all agree that that's where the city stands.
Right. Go ahead, Katie.
To keep it efficient and fast and moving things along, what we could do is when we receive the request, we'll note it. Then when we go over upcoming agenda items at the end of the meeting, we will say, we've received requests for the following 3 proclamations. How does the council feel about moving forward with these?
Well, without an opportunity to actually read it or do some research. So I would, in my mind, I'm seeing it, an expansion of 7,
Okay.
well, 7 on our agenda items, which would include council, vote to support the proclamation before it's read.
So a question.
Yeah, absolutely, go ahead.
So does anybody recall a time where time was of the essence for them?
We usually get them in enough time.
We received a request for a proclamation at this meeting, and they wanted it for this meeting. And it's not on the agenda.
Yeah, but most,
We'll be speaking on
yeah.
it.
but we've had that one for a while, so it wasn't,
But historically, there's
we usually have enough time.
enough time.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
And do we need, I mean, this policy is for the operation of the council, right?
Mhm.
Do we need to add any, statement there that says any proclamations need to be submitted 2, 3, 4 weeks in advance?
That would be ideal, because my guess would be probably at some point you guys might get a request. Because I remember getting some when I was a council member.
Understand the timeline
Yeah.
associated,
Yeah.
just throwing it out there.
Go ahead, Sean.
I'm sorry, I was just gonna say, just from the standpoint of what you put in the rules versus maybe what you're gonna have as citizens or groups or whatever, I think maybe that might be the policy part of submissions. You know, you need to have it before, 2 weeks, or, these are the things that the council puts a policy together. Once it says, okay, here's a proclamation, the rules necessarily just being for the council's consideration to review it, decide what they want to do and actions, but maybe a policy with regard to how they're submitted, what the process is, and before it gets to the council for their consideration, so that you don't necessarily.
We don't have to embed it in here.
So are you suggesting a separate document then?
Correct, separate policy.
So tonight, what I will actually, I know we haven't formalized it, but if it's okay with the council, I'll go ahead and kind of take it through that proposed process when we get to the proclamation tonight, if that's okay with everybody. Okay. Reviewing some more of 4.1, we changed a lot of the chairs to commissioners, and here, I don't think I really see anything major that we changed on page 6. Does anybody have any comments on page 6? Okay, not seeing any. We'll move to page 7. Again, keeping mindful of the time here. So again, we've just adjusted some of the titles of some of our agenda items. 4.1N resolutions has a little bit more of an update. The city clerk shall introduce the resolution by reading its title. A resolution is an adoption of a city policy or decision and will involve a motion, second, public comment, council discussion, and a vote. So we didn't previously have public comment in there. I don't remember mentioning that. My initials are on it. So I'm just curious where that came from.
Which one are we on?
4.1N on page 7.
We did talk about that at the last meeting, about adding the public comment in for resolutions and ordinances, yeah.
Okay. I was
You agreed to it,
Oh,
like.
well, no, but, no, if I think, I didn't remember being the one to bring it up, but that's fine. If there's no challenge with that, then we'll just go on to the next one. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'd like to back up to 4.1L. You notice it was on the original, it was council comments or reflection. That was, we had it in a couple of discussions with the idea that council would be able to have an opportunity to make comments. What has been changed to council reports, inquiries, or future agenda items. Future agenda items is mentioned elsewhere, but also council reports are also mentioned elsewhere. So it's redundant. My recommendation would go back to adding council comments. That would be the recommendations after action items.
Where would it be in your minutes? Yeah. I mean, I see 4.1L, but.
So council reports is also under 4.1H, where it says the chair and council members report on council committees, other meetings. So this 4.1L, I suggest skipping L next time, so it looks like 4.11.
And so future agenda items is already on the, could be under introduction of upcoming agenda items, number 15. So some of it's somewhat redundant, but I think the importance was to the intent of it, of which myself, Phil Follier, and Hugh Severs felt it was important to add an opportunity for council comments.
So if we just change that title to council comments,
That would be
That's
my
fine.
recommendation.
any objections or comments?
Then would we keep the inquiries and future agenda items or separate that all out again?
Separate it out.
So we got council comments, and we already have council reports elsewhere, we already have future agenda items. Where are we thinking about the inquiries? Or just make it council comments and inquiries on this section?
If I may, I may reiterate that I just mentioned, that we already have on our agenda as number 15, introduction of upcoming agenda items. I think that's an opportune time, what's happened in the past, when that's come up, that's usually at the point when we've had in the past where somebody says, gee, I'd like to add this item, this onto the agenda for future.
So you're asking, so we make it council comments and my first question was council comments and inquiries, and move it under introduction of upcoming agenda items?
We'll leave council comments strictly as an item of its alone,
Okay,
nothing else with that. Council reports is already covered
right.
earlier, and inquiries and future agenda items, I believe, can be where they've been in the past, is under item number 15 on our agenda.
Okay, I was kind of focused on the inquiries because we didn't really have that anywhere, so we'll just change that to council comments. Okay,
Thank you.
all right, Councilmember Dunn.
Just to clarify, 4.1L is just council comments.
That's what it sounds like.
I just find that a little bit odd. I believe that 4.1H is sufficient.
Mayor Pro Tem, you want to respond?
I'll be more than glad to respond. Thank you for that question, by the way, Dan. Under 4.1H, it's very specific in my mind. Council members report on council committees, other meetings, and activities in which they have participated. Council comments would be what's happened in the past, where council members will say, I'd like to bring something up, when can I do that? And that's been a sort of a stumbling block in a meeting. Hugh Severs will certainly recognize that through the STA, when you're sitting on their board, they use they say reflections. I didn't even care for the word reflections, but it's the one time when a council member can talk about something he wants to talk about. Something wants to bring up in the future, or questions or something like that. So it's a specific time in the meeting where the council member, because this is the council meeting, can say, this is an opportune time for me to bring this particular subject up, whatever it is. And that's what the STA does, and it works quite effectively.
Councilmember Kurt.
I think by kind of collapsing all the different categories into one, it was so that there weren't so many, like, distinct agenda items, but rather you could do your council report, you could do your inquiries or reflections, and then if you have any agenda items. Because the way the agenda items work today is what's known versus what's unknown, I think. Something that's new versus what the city is already aware of and has put on the agenda. I like the idea of it being one spot to have all that, I guess, dialogue or opportunity for comment, but I don't know what everybody else thinks.
I'll jump in.
Go ahead, Councilmember Foyer.
I'm in favor of a separate spot for council members to make a comment, so I can make a request for some new chairs. So,
Send me an email, we'll work on it for 2022.
so I would support that, having a separate, and I like the way you described it, the unknown versus the known. For example, somebody sends me an email asking me to bring something forward on their behalf. When's a good time to do that?
Yeah, past versus future.
Yeah, so I'd be in favor of its own line item, but, there you go, that's all I have for that.
Well, you know, it is a living document, it can be changed, and run it this way, and if it doesn't seem to be working out, you guys can always bring it back and make a small change and take it to the next revision. Does that work? Okay, again, mindful of the time, we've got 9 minutes left. Does the council want to call it there, or do we want to go for another couple minutes until we take a break? Because I'm going to keep talking. Keep going? Okay.
I would recommend going,
Okay.
I only see 3 other items coming up.
Okay. All right, so getting through 4.1, we got through 4.1N, ordinances. We did add department heads will provide background information during the time of the first read ordinance. I think there was the opportunity for that in the past, but now it's more formalized, so I appreciate that addition. No changes then until we get down to executive session with regards to a comment in 2.5. Let me flip back to that. Give me just a second. So 2.5. Okay, so we've also got this, the comment from 2.5 with regards to the code of ethics for municipal officers as an addendum. Is that what we're looking at? Okay, got that. And then 4.1, nothing there. 4.2, council agenda. We'll continue over onto page 8. Actually, there's nothing in 4.2. So we're at 5.1D on page 8, and I think we need to work on some of our formatting with our numbering. We'll get to that. City clerk will keep a record outside of minutes for council member votes for all action items. I know there's been some back and forth on this with regards to the required staff time and required to do this. Katie, I don't know if you or Kyle wanted to address the request.
Mayor, Kyle and I have discussed this, and with Ann, we're gonna be tackling it in more depth next week. The question I have is, for us to compile a lot of data for 1 inquiry or 2 inquiries a year versus keeping the data, so when someone has a question, they can go through and organize it the way they want. Does that make sense? So we can keep track of how everyone votes on each individual item, but to compile it into one document might be challenging. So we're still doing our research. We're still looking at what other cities do, and when Ann gets back into the office, we will bring forward a recommendation.
Great, I'm glad you guys are looking at some alternatives.
And then, Mayor, I have one suggestion, if it's okay with council. Under 4.10, it says department heads will provide background information. Can we just say staff?
Yeah.
Because sometimes staff are often the most knowledgeable.
Yep,
Thank
works
you.
for me unless somebody else has a challenge. All right, Councilmember Dunn, you had made the request on the keeping of the individual votes. Are you okay with what Katie had discussed?
Yeah, you know, I just say that a table on a row is an item, on a column is a vote. And my thought or hope was that a spreadsheet in a simple format could be doable. Thanks.
Okay, well, we'll provide a further update when Ann gets back and we've got a little bit more information. Okay, so, all right, so 5.1, okay, so we did that. So there's no more on page 8. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, I mentioned this one earlier on page 8, 6.1. No ordinance or resolution shall be prepared for presentation to City Council unless requested by the mayor or 3 council members. I really do somewhat have a challenge with that it's the mayor's office, one individual has the power to bring forward, and yet it takes 3 council members to bring forward. I think it creates the opportunity for certainly open public meeting challenges.
So, and I think along with Sean, we can maybe put together some sort of, I don't want to say foolproof, nothing's absolutely foolproof, but a way to handle those. Does that work? Okay,
I'm in favor of that.
great,
Yeah.
thank you.
So we can move forward.
Okay, page 9, public hearing. Yes, go ahead.
To interrupt.
Yeah.
On page 8, so in my learning process with the ordinance that's on tonight, I had a couple of suggestions, and one of them was to, in the procedure part, add in what happens at a first read and what happens at a second read. As I was researching stuff in the last couple of days, I've noticed that other cities do have that in their rules and procedures, and so, I think that, for me being a new person bringing on an ordinance, this would be where I would go to look at how to do it.
Okay.
And so I think that, it just would be helpful to have that outlined in there, if we could do that. Nothing real, I mean, I have some language that I can share, for draft stuff to send over, and then you guys can see if it works or
Yes,
not.
we'll take a look at that. Great. All right, looking for hands. All right, well, we are actually at a kind of a good stopping point at 7 for public hearings. We have a little under 4 minutes before our meeting, so why don't we go ahead and stop here? We obviously didn't get to our second item on our public workshop, and we need to finish this. So when we get to the review of the matrix during upcoming workshops, we'll take a look at that. So we're going to go ahead and take about a 4-minute break. We'll be back at 7. Okay, I'm gonna make sure you got your videos back on too, myself included. There we go. And I'm gonna find Dan again. He always falls off my screen. Okie dokie. 7 o'clock on the nose. All right, everybody, welcome to our city council meeting and public hearing for Tuesday, July 6th, 2021, being held remotely for the public. We have most of our council members here, a couple joining remotely, and hopefully we'll get back more to normal soon. So pursuant to Governor Inslee's Order 2025-12, local governments must allow persons to attend public meetings remotely, provided, however, the proclamation further allows in-person meetings under limited conditions in addition to remote public meetings. At the present time, due to the conditions required to hold in-person meetings, the City of Liberty Lake will continue to hold all public meetings remotely. Like I mentioned right before our workshop, we are working on being able to get some of our public back in the council chambers safely, and we will keep everybody updated on that. So, given that, we're going to go ahead. Mayor Pro Tem is going to give the invocation, and we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Please join me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we pray and ask that you be with us tonight, help us do the business of dealing with the rules and regulations for our citizens. I pray with the hot weather we're having, that you especially look over our first responders, our police officers and firemen dealing with the fires. Also our police officers, I look at them and I look at all the equipment they're carrying, and I know they're very, very hot and uncomfortable. Please help them through all these times. For Son's precious name, we pray, amen.
Amen. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, go ahead and call the meeting to order. Let me make sure I've got everybody on here, and we will do roll calls to make sure that 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'm missing somebody. Maybe not. Okay, go ahead and do roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Kennedy.
Present.
Councilmember Kurt.
Present.
Councilmember Severs.
Present.
You have that time delay with you. Councilmember Follier.
Present.
Councilmember Dunn.
Happy July.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that Holly's not replaced yet. My numbers were off. Okay, and so Councilmember Langford is out for personal reasons, excusable. We won't get into details. So, Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to make a motion to excuse
Yes, I make a
him?
motion, we excuse Councilman Langford from this evening's meeting.
Hasn't moved in those. Who was that second from? It was fairly light.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kurt, second. Any discussion? All in favor of excusing Councilmember Langford tonight, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Councilmember Langford is excused. Okay, move on to agenda approval.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. On agenda approval, one change, if I may, for council consideration, is under workshop discussion. I have been listed Mayor Pro Tem as use of facilities by candidates in election year. That was really not intended to be a workshop. It was to be intended to be brought up after action items. But it did get scheduled for workshop. My recommendation is we take it out of workshop, and I will bring that up after action items and before public hearings.
So just for clarification, Mayor Pro Tem, are you expecting an action to come out of that or just a comment? Okay,
No, that's why I didn't want it. It wasn't, it really shouldn't be put it down in the workshop. We had to put it somewhere to start with.
okay. So we will move
Make
that
a-
item to, so there's a motion to move 9 bullet point 3 to after action items. Is there a second then?
Sure. Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Follier. Any discussion? Not hearing or seeing any. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Comment. Public comments. Citizen comments.
Not yet, ma'am, we're not there yet. We'll do citizens' comments in just a moment. All right, so the motion to amend the agenda has passed. Go ahead and move to approve the amended agenda.
Yes, make a motion to approve the amended agenda.
We have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Kurt. Any discussion? All right, not hearing any. Everybody in favor of the amended agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? All right, agenda is approved as amended. Now we are at citizen comments. So we do ask anybody looking to make a citizen comment to send a chat to our meeting manager, Todd Henderson. He will then unmute you and allow citizen comments. They are limited to 3 minutes. We will put a timer up. So again, anybody looking to make a citizen comment, please send a chat to Todd Henderson. He will let me know and I will introduce the people.
Can you hear me?
Okay, so it looks like we have, and I'm going to mispronounce your name, I apologize. Tao Zhang?
Yes. My name is Tao Zhang. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. My name is Tao Zhang. I lived in Liberty Lake and Country Vista. Thank you for this opportunity to speak regarding the proclamation letter for recognizing Falun Dafa. Falun Dafa, as known as Falun Gong, is Asian the mind-body practice rooted Asian the Chinese culture, similar like Tai Chi, consisting of 5 gentle, easy to learn exercise and meditation, and along with study and of the universal principle of truthfulness, compassion, tolerance. Falun Gong is taught free of charge by volunteers and practiced by people all over the world. Gong relieves the stress and increase energy and vitality, and improve the physical and mental health. I think it's a very benefit for local Liberty Lake community, especially during lockdown from COVID-19. Students, kids, parents, seniors, and more people looking for the new lifestyle to balance life. So Falun Gong promotes a positive energy, harmonize the spiritual wellness to them. So if we use online, there are thousands of examples for participants to obtain the benefits after practicing Falun Dafa. We received a lot of the proclamation letters from the mayors from many cities in the United States. I believe Falun Gong brings a better and healthy life to the local people in the community of Liberty Lake. I'm more than happy to welcome Liberty Lake residents to join the exercise and a free instruction. And the last, I want to clarify 2 things. Falun Gong is not involved in religion. Qigong practice is like Falun Gong, a part of a broader tradition of cultivation practice that has existed throughout Asia for millennia. In the West, Falun Gong is often classified as a religion on the basis of theological and moral teachings. However, Falun Gong differs greatly from religion in the conventional sense in that it does not involve worship, rituals, or collection money. People are free come to go. Everyone is welcome regardless of the background. Also, number 2, Falun Gong is not about the politics because the Falun Gong, the group, is not interested in power from Communist Party. We just hope to have a peaceful environment to practice in public and bring the beauty and great value to the public people and the rest and United States. So I hope the mayor and city council, the member consider, please accept my request, the proclamation letter for recognizing Falun Dafa. Thank you very much.
I'm going to have to interrupt you. You've come to your 3 minutes. But if there's anybody who would like some more information on your group, go ahead and please, you can go ahead and email me at the city if you'd like, and I can forward them your information. Is that okay? Okay. All right, I apologize. We have a 3-minute limit, but I can very willing to share the information that you've provided if anybody would like to have it. Todd, do we have any other citizen comments? Okay, none at this time. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. I need to back up on the agenda approval. I missed a note that I had here, but first of all, I have a question for Katie, and the answer to that will determine if I need to make an adjustment to the agenda. On your report, do you have an update on where we are with the council vacancy vote discussion?
Yes. Yep.
Very good, thank you. So therefore, I have
All good?
no need to.
Oh, we would not
add
forget
on the
that.
agenda.
All right. Thank you for your comment. So if there are no other citizen comments, we will move on to proclamations and special presentations. So again, we discussed the process with regards to proclamations earlier in the meeting. To get back to the right section here, I apologize. No. There it is. So and just for the people who weren't in the workshop, so we are looking at amending and doing a huge update to our council rules of procedure. There is a section on the agenda for announcements, proclamations, and special presentations. I suggested to the council that going forward, we amend this process a little bit because, the 7, right now 6, but usually 7 elected council members are the ones who are representing you. And I would really like them to have an opportunity to review a proclamation and vote to support it or not before it is read into the record. So I'm kind of like doing a test run of that tonight with our proclamation. I believe all the council members have had a chance to read through it. I do want to clarify, so our proclamation is with regards to statement of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I want to make sure that the public knows that this is really an affirmation of what we are already doing. It's not in response to any complaints or anything like that from the public, but it's, you know, very, very, it's a topic that has gained a lot of attention. Again, it's something the city already does, but we wanted to make sure that it is made a formal for the city. It's already included in our personnel manual, and that's what we practice. So at this time, I would like to see if any of the council members have any questions, or if somebody wants to go ahead and move approval of the proclamation so we can move forward with it. Councilmember Dunn.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve or endorse the proclamation being read tonight.
Thank you. Any second? We've got a second from Councilmember Kurtz. Do we have any discussion? All right, not hearing any. I'll go ahead, Dan.
I just want to recognize the importance and the imperative of the mission. The city acts in recognition of all, and this commitment, in my opinion, is an excellent action. It allows us to use this then in lockstep with other policies that we consider imperative to ensuring equity, diversity, and inclusion. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. All in favor of moving ahead with the proclamation, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, we have 5 supporting and 1 opposed. Kyle, do you have the count on that? Make sure we have it for the record. All right, so the ayes have it. So I will go ahead and read the proclamation.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
it was 4-1, correct?
Forward, yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot Odin's not here. Thank you. Proclamation of the City of Liberty Lake, Washington, public statement on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Whereas the City of Liberty Lake acknowledges that equity is essential to providing exceptional public services and to creating an inclusive and safe work environment for everyone. And whereas the City of Liberty Lake recognizes and supports all people in the advancement of public policies and programs. The city recognizes that minorities may be marginalized and excluded. The city further acknowledges that structural and cultural barriers may impact access to and representation in city government. And whereas the City of Liberty Lake acknowledges that to help create a sense of belonging for all people, we must be inclusive in developing and implementing policies to ensure that city services are responsive to race, color, religion, age, sex, national origin, disability status, genetics, protected veteran status, sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression, and any other characteristic protected by federal, state, or local laws. And whereas the City of Liberty Lake affirms and is committed to an intentional focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And whereas to realize our mission and core values, the City of Liberty Lake commits to integrating equity into the fabric of our organization and the delivery of public services in pursuit of equal, fair, and just outcomes for all. Now, therefore, I, Chris Kaminskis, Mayor of the City of Liberty Lake, do hereby proclaim the City of Liberty Lake supports diversity, equity, and inclusion in city policymaking and in the delivery of services by adopting an equity statement, continuing this training on a regular basis, and utilizing an equity lens in all hiring, policymaking, and interactions with the public in delivery of city services. Thank you, everybody. All right, I'm off my agenda. All right, we are at reports. Do we have any city council reports? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to have one to just share this for about a 10-day period of time. My wife and I were able to take an RV trip up down the Oregon coast. I know it was work, but somebody had to do it. Over the years, we've done a lot of business with small motels and hotels of capacity of 30 rooms and less, where we provide a long-distance service, things of the sort here. When the COVID struck, these businesses literally overnight were out of business. And going up and down the Oregon coast, there's the amount of tourism is just skyrocketed there. The traffic is incredible. although that was very advantageous. But it's sad to see a lot of these businesses, they're small, all these individuals are very small entrepreneurs, that the great majority of them are still closed. A few that I was able to talk to filed in bankruptcy because they just weren't able to survive this because they're small businesses. So as sad as that is, for a lot of these folks, they have a good attitude, they realize things have happened, but you know, when you're an entrepreneur, you just sort of dig your heels in and go, well, I'll have to find something else I'm gonna move on to. So it was very encouraging to see a lot of the folks that are back, really striving to get back to normalcy with COVID. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other council reports? Councilmember Dunn.
Hey, I want to do a great shout out to the first opening night, the July 3rd movie at Pavilion Park. With thanks to the sponsors, STCU, in collaboration with the City of Liberty Lake, to be able to gather our community outside on a summer evening was a great moment, I think, for everybody. I just say that it's great to be back, and we look forward to seeing everybody then again the 17th in Pavilion Park.
Dan, may I ask how many people you think may have been there Friday night?
You know, I was all over the cotton candy at that moment. I got to tell you, I was really focused. You know, the production levels had to be like, you know, just right. You know, so. But I was just handing them out one after the other. I'd tell you the whole night. So, and special thanks also to one of our planning commission member, Tim Olson, with the snow cone machine. Yes, that's right. We brought the snow cone machine out of retirement, so you can look forward to it in the next round.
Great. I know everybody was really looking forward to it, and looking forward to the rest of the summer being a little bit back closer to normal. Thank you. Any other council reports? Mayor Pro Tem, I didn't know if you wanted to mention anything about AWC at all while you have a chance.
No, I'd like to give you the opportunity.
Okay, all right, I'm not gonna get into a lot of detail, there were a lot of sessions, but I will touch on it real quick. All right, so yeah, so it's been a long time since we had our last meeting. I will try to just kind of hit some high-level things that have passed since then. Those of you coming around City Hall will notice some cameras that have been installed outside of City Hall. Unfortunately, the city is not immune to some of the car break-ins that have happened around town. So we did have a couple of instances in our parking lot here at City Hall. So the cameras are in now, yes. They have been installed at City Hall so we can keep track of some of those things. The personnel manual, big labor of love for Heidi, our HR manager. I tell you, I really feel for her because it was basically throw it away and start over. We were way far behind, you know, over the years, keeping that up to date. So right now it is with Katie for review. It will then go to the directors and myself, and then to ClearRisk for review. So we would expect that on the agenda for the council to review sometime in August. A little light reading for you guys to take home at night. 4 proposals were received for Trailhead. Interviews are happening on the 12th. And then the council should see recommendations in August for that. So looking forward to that. A lot of other notes in here. I did send up an updated mayor's report to the council today. Salary Commission, we are back to full staff of 3, so Kyle is contacting them, and we expect them to meet for the first time somewhere in July with the intent of having their decision in time for the budget season. With the record temperatures week before last, we were able to set up a cooling center here at City Hall. Nobody used it, but you know, in this day and age, I would rather have our volunteers sit here and read a book and be here when somebody needs us than not be here when they don't. So thank you to volunteers. We did have a couple of staff members chip in, crew members chip in and spend some time. But I would like the council to consider at a future meeting, not an urgent thing by any means at this point, but I would like to see us put together our contingency plan if we run into this again, if we run into issues in the winter where people lose power and you have warm, safe place to go. And I know sometimes we run into our smoke issues in the summer. So it was pretty quick, easy to do this last time around. I made a bunch of calls. Surprisingly, the hub's courts are not air conditioned. That was a surprise to me. And so luckily, you know, the council chambers worked out, but had we had a lot of demand, we need to be more forward thinking and figuring out where something like this will be held in the future. So look for that at a future meeting. Unfortunately, the generator at the police department is on back order till October, so we're working on a contingency plan there if something should happen before that gets installed. Unfortunately, electronics are taking a huge hit right now with regards to, because of chip manufacturers being so far behind, so we're seeing that result. I attended our monthly regional mayors meeting. Focus was on American Rescue Plan funds. Mary Cooney is kind of coming to the forefront as kind of being the local, I won't burden her with being called the expert, but she's the one who seems to have had a lot more experience with this than anybody else, and we're kind of starting to look to her for some guidance on some of these things. It was interesting. She did report that small business closures in Spokane County were lower than King, Clark, Pierce, and Snohomish counties, so way to go, Spokane. We did talk a little bit about the utility tax update. As a reminder, Spokane is looking at implementing a 20% utility tax on the water reclamation facility that the county owns but is located in the city limits. So right now, Mayor Woodward is not supporting imposing it. She has one council member willing to possibly carve that facility out of their policy. So she's working on support for that. And the questions we are left with is what triggers legal action? Of course, that's really on the county, and the county has pledged to take legal action if necessary. So as you've noted in the past, the county, city of Spokane Valley, Millwood, Liberty Lake have all banded together to help fight against this. And so what triggers legal action, and can the Spokane City Council force implementation? So those are the things that are still out there, and I'll keep you guys updated as that comes along. It doesn't affect as many Liberty Lake residences as it does, obviously, Spokane Valley, but we still have over 1,100 residences in addition to the fire department and the school district that would be affected by this. Jumping ahead, GSI attended the 2021 Spokane Economic Summit. They talked about their debt rating, employment growth, but I thought it was very interesting, the statistics they threw out. The single-family housing has grown 0.5% versus 1.4% growth in housing units of 2 or more. Both of them were actually lower than I expected, so be watching that carefully. I had the honor of being part of the reception for the SRTC Executive Director position. So Kevin Wallace, who is a former director, was asked to come back to interim director while they searched for a more permanent person. There were 4 finalists, got to meet all of them a couple weeks ago. The following day, the board got together and we did make a recommendation on the person to extend an offer to. There's no updates on that yet. I think I have a meeting with them later this week, if I remember correctly, to find out if that person did accept or not and what the next steps are. So really excited for that. 4 great candidates. I'm really impressed by the quality of people that we've had apply here at the city and that we've had apply for positions like the executive director of SRTC. Spokane is a little hidden jewel here that a lot of people seem to be wanting to move across country for. AWC conference. So I'm not going to go through every conference session here. The great thing about it being remote this year, and obviously it was a little bit more pulled together than last year because there was some lead time there, that most of the sessions you could go back and watch them on demand. So while we're live, there's times when you need to choose between 2, 3, or maybe even 4 different sessions at one given time. The great thing about this is when I attended the one I really wanted to go to, I could go back after the fact and watch the other ones recorded. So while I missed the interaction and missed the question and answer periods of being in person, a whole lot more content was delivered. In my mind, this way it was a lot less expensive too, $100 this year. I believe some of those recordings are still available, so if there are council members interested in attending any of those, let us know and we'll see about getting you access to those recordings. Several sessions on open public meetings, public hearings, things like that. I know Kyle Dixon, our finance director, and Katie went to several of the sessions as well, a lot on ARP, economic development, a lot of COVID focus and how we are recovering. The business meeting as usual happened, and we vote as, was it Kent? I think, yeah, so Keel from, where's he from? Tacoma?
I thought so.
I can't remember, and Odin's not here. Anyway, so the former vice president of AWC has now moved up into the president's spot, and I've worked with Ken a little bit in the past, a really great guy. So looking forward to his tenure as president of AWC. Let's see, there's some other things I won't go through. So, GSI Public Policy Council, again, another couple stats that I'd just like to review with you guys. So, on the state level, state revenue is up. Retail sales tax is up 14% so far for 2021 over 2020 for the state. And amazingly, they said the residential market is slowing. I'm not quite sure where they're looking. It's not here right now. And unemployment is still at 5.3%, mostly due to the hospitality industry. So I know that was a lot, guys. Again, if you want some access to those AWC sessions, they were great this year, and really encourage you guys to take advantage of that. So, Katie, on to you. I hope I didn't steal any of your issues.
No, you didn't. I was
Okay.
just gonna Google and see who the president was,
I
but
just can't remember where he's from.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember too. Can't remember.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. Good evening. We have a staff report, so always start with a matrix update to make sure that we're all moving in the same direction. And a couple of comments. So tonight, we covered rules and procedures for city council, but we didn't finish it. So my question is, when would you like to see it come back? Our next meeting is July 20th, as the next regular meeting. So would you want it to come back at 6 p.m.?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, my recommendation would be we put it on the 6 o'clock meeting.
And I would think our goal, at least in my mind, should be to have any updates that we've done so tonight included, so we can take the final
So we will
action.
take the edited version that Todd had up on the screen, we will add the new edit.
Yep.
And then we'll provide it to all of you so that we can discuss it at 6 p.m. on July 20th.
Yep.
Then I'm gonna mention, we also have on July 20th, an update from Chief Simmons on the legislation related to public safety. So that isn't time sensitive. If you wanna move it to 7,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I'm not sure, Chief, how much time you need?
About 45 minutes.
3 to 5 minutes?
About 45.
45 minutes, okay.
Well, and I think the 7 o'clock is probably a really great place for it, because more people attend that meeting, and I really love the public to hear what you're gonna be discussing.
Okay, so we will move that to 7 p.m. workshop. And then the one item that we did not get to, excuse me, it's gonna be in, let me slow down for just a minute. There's another workshop that we were gonna have today at 6 p.m. related to your priorities in putting together the 2022 budget. So we didn't have that discussion. Do you want to propose that we do that on August 3rd? That would be our next council meeting, or have a special meeting?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question would be, is that how much time do you think we would need for that discussion?
You know, I would say at least 30 minutes.
Okay, the reason why is that I'm looking at what we have to finish up on our rules. There's only a couple of pages. I think within 5-10 minutes, we could go through those.
Okay.
I'm wondering if we can't have it at our 6 o'clock in our next meeting.
Well,
Okay.
let's plan on it, and if something happens, we can
Yeah.
move it again. I will, so Councilmember Severs, I know you're on the schedule for August 3rd at 6 for financial investment and policy workshop. I know, again, the intent was to have that before budget season. If that happens to have to move out a little bit, what are your thoughts on that?
That's fine. Yep.
Just want to make sure we have the option if we need to. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so to recap, July 20th, we will have 2 workshops at 6 p.m., rules and procedures, and then also council priorities for the 2022 budget. And then Chief Simmons will be giving us an update on the legislation related to public safety at 7 p.m. Okay,
Perfect.
thank you. And then we all know it's been hot, very hot, and so Jen is going to give you an update on many things related to the heat.
Good evening. So as you know, the mayor mentioned earlier that City Hall was opened as a cooling center during the incredible heat that we've had. We haven't experienced that kind of heat on an extended basis. And it looks like it is going to continue for some time in the 90s. And City Hall and Library are nice and air conditioned. So we've offered that for citizens to come and use and cool off if they can't escape in their own home environments, which is kind of nice to have, you know, that capability. Fireworks, I think, as everybody knows, were rescheduled and postponed at the last minute based on recommendations from public safety and from our fire department. It looked like the city of Spokane kind of followed suit not shortly after we made that decision. And we are working, you know, the pyrotechnicians were incredibly busy last week, so I haven't had a chance to meet up with them, but we'll be working with them to reschedule. I don't know when that will be. A lot of that will also depend on the fire marshal and the fire chief's input. The hope would be that we could have it maybe wrapping up at the Symphony to have a big fireworks display then. But as I think, as we all know, in early September, it's still pretty hot and dry, or it can be. So it's gonna be a play it by ear, do the best thing that we can with what we have to work with. There is some language in our agreement that will cover us for reschedules. So we're good there. There will be some outstanding fees that we will have come due because of the cancel from the 4th of July. But we'll get that figured out in the next, hopefully 2 to 3 weeks, and move forward with some future plans. So if you have any thoughts or ideas, please send them my way or the mayor's way or Katie's way. Employee accommodations. So the heat's been pretty intense on our crew. It hit pretty fast and pretty out of nowhere. So we've been offering them, the outdoor crews I'm speaking of, we've been offering them like adaptive schedules. They can come in early in the morning and they can leave early in the day. We make sure they have plenty of Gatorade and drinks and water just for the electrolytes, and make sure they're hydrated. We have our crew leads kind of hovering over them to make sure anyone who's heat sensitive, we work with them, whatever it is they need. The CDC has recommendations on more frequent breaks during the day, slower production during the day to accommodate for them working in this heat. And also we've had them indoors doing duties like cleaning the library. Our streets crew did some cleaning in the library where it's air conditioned. And I know while it's not the funnest work, at least it's offering them hours to kind of compensate for the heat and just trying to get them accustomed to it. I think most of our crew is gets pretty accustomed to it, but the shock of it going from low temperatures to high temperatures with really no acclimation was really the big concern. So we're being very cognizant of that. And then lastly, the splash pads are a hit right now. We have, at least at this moment, Orchard Park dialed in. The splash pad and the swale are keeping up with each other. So that's a really good sign. We've had people asking for extending the hours at Orchard, but right now that's all dependent upon the swale. So if we feel confident that the swale will keep up with the splash pad, we will continue to adjust accordingly. Right now it's 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. at Orchard. And then Pavilion, we had, of course, the sensor went out about a week ago in the middle of the heat. So fortunately, my crew had the forethought to order a backup and have it on hand. So they got it replaced the next day. We ordered another one. So it's up and running. It had a little bit of downtime, but not much. And our sprinklers, I know there's been some social media conversations about our sprinklers going off in the middle of the day. That is not a normal practice for us, particularly when we hit 90 plus and even 100 plus. It's actually really bad for the turf to have water during the day. It will burn it and it can kill the plant, not just turn it brown, but it will actually kill the turf. So if you see something running during the day, please do let me know or let my crew know. We had a stuck valve at Pavilion Park and I was able to call somebody in and get it shut off. So we try to honor and respect the fact that, you know, the sewer district asks us not to water in the heat. There's a lot of evaporation that happens during that time, and we risk turf grass burning in those 90 plus temperatures. If you see water running lower than 90, that's good. That means we're catching up with burned up turf grass. So are there any questions or comments on the heat and everything in the city?
I don't see any. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you, Jen. So moving along, so we had talked about having a special meeting on July 13th. This would be for purposes of interviewing council people that have expressed an interest in position number 7. We did receive 3 applications. And so at this time, I'd like feedback from the council about what would be, is that the right date, and what time would you want to start?
Don't all jump at once.
It's a Tuesday, it's a week from tonight.
Yeah, I'll go, Councilmember Dunn and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I appreciate the Tuesday, the 13th date, and I think a 6 o'clock start would be good that day.
Mayor Pro Tem, you were next.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I agree with Councilman Dunn's the idea of 6 o'clock. What I'm hopeful is that in the past, we've thought about, we had to stretch this over a couple of meetings if we had so many applicants. This time we only have 3. I would hope the council will look at this as if we'll have the interviews on the 13th and be able to make a decision that night, so we can move forward with no necessity to have another meeting beyond that.
I saw a thumbs up from Councilmember Stevers. Any other comments? If not, we'll go ahead and plan that for 6 o'clock on the 13th, and with the intent too of the applicants being here in council chambers if they're comfortable.
If they're comfortable, we will accommodate the applicants to be here. On a side note, Ann did send all of you the questions that we've asked in the past. If you have any changes to those questions that you want to ask, any changes that you want to ask, please let us know so we can make those modifications. Okay, moving along. We've had a lot of IT transition and upgrades going on. I think all the council members and commissioners and staff, we've all kind of lived through it. And Todd's going to give us a quick overview of some of the advantages that we are going to be enjoying once we work out the transition.
Good evening. Basically what we've done is we've done a O365 migration, which we had an on-premise Exchange server. So we migrated that from an O365 to a cloud base. So that would make it easier for us here. We don't have to maintain it. Microsoft does all the maintaining of the servers. Any vulnerabilities, Microsoft patches it. They make sure that the security is in place for it. And the migration went pretty well. We have some issues here and there that we're trying to deal with. We did create 2 tenants, one for the city, for all the city employees and staff. And then we created a separate tenant for the police, which for security and compliance, we had to abide by that under Microsoft's governing rules to move over. So they actually have their own separate domain under Liberty Lake Law, PD.gov. And so we're just making that transition to make sure everybody's aware of that, some of the agencies as well. So that's status of the O365. Any questions?
Questions? And Todd, would you just, real quick, real high level, quick tutorial on phishing emails? Because I know there was one that came in last week.
Oh, yes. Sometimes we have incidents where they'll spoof someone's email address. In this case, they spoofed the mayor's name, but used a different address. And so we make sure that the employees are aware of that. I'll send out an all-employee notification to let them know to be on the lookout. I've sent emails in the past explaining to what to look for in emails, such as spelling errors or grammar checking, as well as links, to hover over the links to make sure that, you know, it's not going to take them to a scrupulous website.
If you could resend that out to everybody and the commissions too, that'd be great.
Okay.
Because I know we do regular testing at my company too, and ultimately, and we are an IT company, ultimately somebody, one of our 900 employees fails the test, and that's what we do, so always good to have a reminder. Thanks.
Okay.
Hey, Madam
moving
Mayor, quick
along,
observation.
Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you, Todd. And I'm going to say graciously, ransomware is out there, and specifically municipals are one of the greater targets. There is a perception out there in the kind of the black, dark web that municipals are lax in their security practices and are particularly vulnerable. So thanks in advance for all your efforts to try and deter phishing and other attack vectors.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along, the mayor did mention that we did receive 4 applications for our trailhead project, our construction project manager position, and so we are in the process of reviewing those applications and hope we're on track to bring something back to the full council in mid-August. Also on Kramer Road overpass, I have a quick update on a number of things. So, the bid, according to their website, was awarded to N.A. Dagerstrom, a local company, on July 2nd. And it was awarded for $10,773,000. That was 1.7% over the engineer's estimate, but we did receive 6 bids, and the high bid was 35% higher than that. So overall, we feel very excited that we're awarding this contract to somebody, WashDOT is awarding the contract to a firm that's local. They're actually the firm that's also working on Harvard Road Bridge, so there's some efficiencies there. And that project is moving forward. As far as schedule, they're looking at wrapping up Harvard Road, and Ben's gonna give you more information on that shortly. Wrapping up Harvard Road before Labor Day, and then moving directly to Kramer Road overpass after that. We don't have specific dates at this time. I do want to mention though, on the budget side, between the Barker Road project, the Harvard Road project, and the Kramer Road project, we're trending very well. Those other 2 projects, the Barker and the Harvard, are not closed out yet. So we won't know exactly what that $6 million figure, if it's going to be more than that or not. We all know it's going to be at least $6 million. The trending is going well, but once those 2 projects get closed out, we will be more able to be specific on, do we think that we're going to be over the $6 million price tag that the city has committed to the project. We are meeting on a monthly basis with WashDOT. Actually, we have a meeting next July 8th, so that would be this Thursday. And we will have more information on all the costs associated with the project. So Mayor, I'd like to bring back and also invite WashDOT to a future meeting to give the council an update on how the budget is trending.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, so on that note, Ben has a lot on his plate. I'll turn it over to him, and he's gonna give you a public works update.
Thank you, Katie. So to tack on to the Kramer Road overpass project, it's the Harvard Road Bridge. In order to stay on schedule, we talked about the 2-week closure a little bit that was supposed to happen at the end of the month. That got delayed and transferred over to the first 2 weeks of August. We're still trending to stay on schedule for total project completion there, but it was better set up to do the first 2 weeks of August to do the full Harvard closure. And that's basically to do all of the deck work, basically constructing the asphalt and the concrete underlayment on the deck at the same time. It gives you a better product at the end. And then there'll also be a westbound ramp closure following that immediately. But the plan is now that I've got the traffic control plan, I'll be setting up a virtual open house for everybody to discuss the specifics of the road closures. And we've been staying in touch with first responders and all the local agencies that are affected to let everybody know about scheduling for how this is going to work for all the municipal needs throughout the city. So the public works yard is going to start next week, and that's the frontage improvements along the road there on Kramer. And that's looking at about roughly 3 to 4 week schedule there. And so you'll be able to start to see the entire project, that entire roadway take shape of what it's going to look like in its final iteration. To tack onto that a little bit, we're also working with Liberty Lake Sewer and Water District and Avista to talk about plans for going after the TIB grant to redo the entire roadway to connect into the Kramer Bridge project. And because of the condition of the roadway, we want to make sure that that's all gets done next spring or summer. So the good thing is if everything goes the way that we want it to, we should have a complete road system from that Sprague Kramer intersection all the way through up over the bridge. So that's pretty exciting to make that big link. And then the Legacy Ridge signal it's being advertised this Friday. And there's some signal work, a little bit of swale work, a little bit of road work there to try to fix that intersection to make sure that's functioning well. And due to the sensitivity of that intersection and the ingress egress points for the neighbors there, we're looking at seeing if we can do that as night work so that it doesn't affect the community as much, to keep that, because we're going to have to do closures of that intersection in order to install some of the signal equipment and do some of the road patching. So I think that'll be a better result for all the citizens up in the neighborhood there. And those
Ben, real
are,
quick.
yep.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna ask a quick question on the timing for the legacy signal. I know lead times on those lights is really long. What are we looking at for estimated start? Are we still at the mercy of the vendors at this point?
So if it goes out to advertise this Friday, by the time we get everything closed and the bids set up to open, it'll be the first week of August is when we'll probably select the contractor there. And then we'll talk about scheduling, but likely starting in probably the second half of August. And there's going to have to be some coordination too with Dagerstrom and the contractors for the light timing as we start to develop the schedule. So there's a lot of coordination efforts for this signal, for the Kramer Road Bridge project, to make sure we keep traffic moving forward there. So you'll see a lot of that effort probably happening next spring if there's the delay on the mast arms that there looked like there may have been for previous projects, but we're still trying to target to get all the Legacy Ridge stuff done this year.
That would be, I'm sure the neighbors up there would really enjoy that.
Yeah.
So, and just to clarify, the lead time on the signal, you think you're gonna be able to get the signal in this year?
Based on the Ridgeline project, it's a really difficult thing right now because certain materials we're seeing huge price increases and delays, like conduit jumps up, steel jumps up, but then it seems to normalize. So it all depends on when they can get their ordering done. But based on the Ridgeline signal, those mast arms came in earlier than we had anticipated. So there wasn't the delay, so they were able to get that done. But if depending on how the materials work out, I'm hearing that contractors are saying that they have, a week guarantee for their bid pricing that they're getting, and then things can change after that. So I'm optimistic we can get it done this year based on the project we just did, but I just want to manage expectations that we may have to coordinate into next year. But it still means that a lot of work is getting done. You'll just see the masts come up in the first part of next year if there was a delay on those items.
Thank you. And I'm gonna ask another question. I've had a lot of citizens ask about the complicated intersection at Sprague and Kramer and Henry. Do you know if the county's planning on doing anything there?
I haven't heard anything for that particular intersection, and I can see the concerns there. I can reach out and see if they have any plans for that in their budgets to do anything. If so, that would be a project that I would probably push them to see if we could accelerate to work with our projects in 2022 for that Kramer reconstruction.
Perfect, because I know it can be confusing and dangerous, so anything additional you can find out would be appreciated. Thanks.
Of course.
Councilmember Dunn.
Hey, a question for Ben. Outside the city, east on Appleway, I think the county's got some plans for the intersection Appleway and Spokane Bridge Road. Any insight there?
Yeah, so originally, as part of staying on schedule for the Harvard Road Bridge, what the county was looking to do was to reconstruct Appleway all the way out to basically state line and where the Appleway intersection was. And then they were looking at doing, readjusting that intersection there so that basically state line they're changing the direction. So instead of Appleway going one way, or the way it's currently aligned, they would readjust the T intersection. Long story short, they were having some issues with the driveway, and the real solution there is to install a roundabout, but they don't have the budget to do that this year. And so right now they're just going to do the reconstruction along Apple Way, but stop short of that intersection. So Katie and I have been talking a little bit about some proposed solutions with some interim solutions for some stop signs and stuff, but it's up to the county on how they want to handle that. But the long-term goal is to get a roundabout there, and we're looking from our perspective to see what we can do to help fix the problems in the meantime, or see how we can help with scheduling to make that happen.
Great, thanks.
You want me to touch on that for you? Go ahead. All right, so Ben, if you have anything else, there was one thing in my report that was fairly important that I missed, so thank you, Katie, for reminding me. So Katie and I had a really great meeting on Friday with Phil from the Hub and Ben Small from Central Valley and Mary Cooney from the county with regards to the previously proposed trails between Selkirk Middle School and the Hub. So this was brought up to us a couple of years ago. With the expectation that the city would pay for it. It didn't move forward at that time. We've had some additional conversations and not with any solid promises at this point, but the discussion is now, it looks like Superintendent Small is going to be going back to his board of directors to take care of the bill for constructing and designing that pathway. Would be an asphalt pathway, and with the request that the city just take care of some maintenance when needed. So the things that have changed since all this came about a couple of years ago, the main thing is that the county and school district have a right-of-way easement so that the school, that part of that trail on the school's property that the county owns, the school can use it. So we are looking to put in a similar agreement with the county on the portion between the Hub and the Central Valley School District property, and then the Hub would have it for the rest of that property. So, we've gone from city being expected to pay for it to now, we can, add some labor into the budget for 2022 for maintenance. We wouldn't expect it to actually be built until sometime next year, based on our conversations, but, great progress on that. Look forward to getting that right-of-way agreement in front of the council for approval so they can move that forward.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So under events, we have 5. Farmers Market, as we all know, is ongoing on Saturdays from 9 to 1. The Library Soiree, July 14th, 2021, excuse me. You can buy tickets, I believe, online and also at the Farmers Market. There's a movie I've never heard of called Sonic the Hedgehog, but it's going to be showing at Orchard Park on July 16th, which is a Saturday night. Cornhole tournament is being planned in late August at Orchard Park. And then finally, the Symphony, Labor Day, and the city's birthday all wrap up on September 5th and 6th at Pavilion Park. Mayor, that concludes my report.
All right. Anybody else have anything to add while we're on here? I don't think we have any boards or commission reports, but I did see newly appointed Fire Commissioner Asmus. I don't know if you had anything to share from the fire department, given all the activity over the last week with the heat. Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Great to join you tonight. Really, the only thing I have to add is, really thank the partnership that we have with the city of Liberty Lake, joining us in that, the burn ban, as well as, the fireworks issue. And I think that was I did comment to the mayor via social media that, I understand it was a tough call to cancel the city fireworks show. But, from the fire district standpoint, we appreciate that, right? And a good call. But thank you for that. And last thing is just with the wildfires going on right now, you might have heard on the news, but now FEMA has awarded funds and declared an emergency for Washington State, so that the state and local fire district are receiving funds from FEMA to help battle the wildfire season. Other than that, that's all I have. Thanks for the opportunity.
Great. Congratulations on your appointment.
Thanks.
All right. Okay, moving on the agenda, what do we have? We are up to workshop discussion, citizen engagement. Councilmember Kurt, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, so I think we're going to bring up the ordinance. And before we do that, as I mentioned earlier, I learned quite a few things over the last couple days, in the last week or so, and so I wanted to make sure that Sean and Katie and Ann know that I learned some things, and it is unusual to have a workshop and a first read ordinance on the same agenda. And so I was working on a PowerPoint today for this and realized that where that error came in, and it was on my end, so I apologize. So we're gonna go through the workshop, and then we'll see what happens as far as where we're going with the ordinance itself. So in front of you, we did the PowerPoint presentation last time, and I put them together today, but I guess I just don't know if we need it. I think, being able to look through the ordinance, answer questions about it, if there are any, and if there are any adjustments or changes. I didn't get any feedback from anybody in between the last meeting and this meeting, so it is essentially the same, except the preambles and the last parts are now added into what it looks like into the, the official draft format. So, I'm gonna just leave it up to you guys to really want to take the discussion, if you have questions or not.
I'm not seeing any hands. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, it's something, to speak on this before myself. I'm probably going to reiterate some of the things that we brought this up last time and talked about on something like this. And you're right, it is unusual that we suddenly have a workshop that have the first read ordinance. To be honest, I think that's really somewhat confusing because we'll deal with that as we move on. When I first looked at this in June 15th, when it was given to us, I read through, saw some of the recommendations, things of the sort here. And I got to compliment you, Andy. You did a great job of putting this together. You pulled this together outstanding. Thank you for that. And then, of course, I looked at the July 6th, what we're dealing with this time. I do see that there's some changes on here. One thing that's been taken out on page 2, if I can refer to on what was given to us for June 15th, under coming down to item 4, ensure that the work of the commission does not duplicate the efforts of the city staff, and other commissions, but rather complements and supports the overall mission and goals of the city. Now, what I noticed, unless I missed it, in what was given out for this meeting, that whole paragraph has been taken out. Or did I miss that?
Well, I think Todd, do you have the one that I submitted, pulled up, is this the one from the packet? Because what I'm looking at up there, it has it in there, so I just want to make sure we've got the right version, but I think that was an edit that I made based on the feedback that I got from the city council at the last meeting. And Mike, it does look like the number 4 is in the one that's in the packet.
Okay, I'm wondering if I had these reversed. That's entirely possible.
The one for today, I think, has a draft on the back one more.
Yes, this is draft across it. That's the new one.
Okay, so that would be the addition that you put on.
Yes.
So very good, thank you.
So I went through kind of the comments that I heard everybody, mention, and then doing my own kind of, like, I think this is what people were questioning, and trying to kind of tidy some things up. But if there's still things that, could be adjusted or that there are questions about, I mean, that's the point of the workshop, so.
The other item that I brought up before, and I'd like to bring it up again, is that under qualifications, it says members of the Community Engagement Commission must be residents of the city of Liberty Lake or own/work at a business within the city limits at all times while a member of the community engagement. I'll make the same comments I made before, is that I'm not comfortable with that. The simple reason is that what I really want to see is community engagement of the citizens who live in Liberty Lake and pay the taxes in Liberty Lake that we're responsible for. I'm concerned about getting people who own businesses or businesses in town, or they work for a business. And I'm going to relate back to when we were trying to get the pool and things of the sort here. When we started putting these committees together, we had the best of intentions when we started out. And then all of a sudden, we had individuals outside the city that were studying on the committee, and they were very vocal, And I'll be honest with you, those meetings deteriorated substantially. So I really want the input from the citizens of Blue Lake. If they live here, they pay taxes, if they're involved, I want to see them on here. I really, for me personally, I'm not interested in having individuals who work at a business here to be on this committee.
And that follows suit with our other commissions at this point.
I took that directly from our other commissions as far as having someone, so that's where I got
Oh,
it from.
it looks like we need to get back to the,
Well, yeah, when I was literally like retyping the ordinance, that was one of the things that was in there. The other thought that I had, because I do think that business owners do contribute to the city and they do pay taxes and they can, I mean, pick a restaurant, I mean, I'll take on Palenque, they do add something to our community. So, I'm open to changing that, making that adjustment if other people want to do that, but I think that's the point where we need to have a little bit of consensus, on this part, so.
anybody else?
I still have a couple others.
Oh, I got Dan jumped in, we'll get back.
Oh, that's fine.
Go ahead,
Let him jump
we're
in.
done.
So I'm trying to operationalize this in my mind or perceive what we think would be the best outcome that a commission now exists and is operational. Is it a few remarks during a city council meeting on a biweekly basis? I see noted, an annual report. Good. What does that report, in the best case, provide? What could that deliver?
I think if we want to add some specific deliverables into what the report would, account for the year, we could add that. This language is the same as, I think, the Parks and Arts Commission about what their role would be within the, with the annual report ahead of time, so that if there were any asks as far as funding or whatnot, that they're before the budget cycle. But if there are specific topics that we think that they should report on, we could put those in there. I just don't want to limit them to what we think they should report on if there are things that they might want to report on that would benefit us as well. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, back to you since I don't see any more hands.
Then they came up before, came up again and said, I really see the benefits what we're trying for is to break it down in certain neighborhoods and stuff to have the involvement there. And I'm really in favor of that. My concern is that if we have two for this neighborhood and two for this and that one, if we don't have people participating there, then what do? Do we suddenly say, well, okay, we need to have these extra two individuals to get up to 9, or whatever we're going to agree to? Or we're going to make an exception because we can't get two who are willing to come forward in that neighborhood, so we'll make an exception, let them come from somewhere else. If we get into that, then I think that we're spinning our wheels to try to segment this town. I know it's been brought up in the past, the discussion's been a few times, and I don't know if this maybe is the direction it wants to go, but the idea is that council members would represent different parts of the state. And we're such a small city, I don't see that's really going to work. So for me, I would really encourage individuals to come from these different neighborhoods, but to try to say, okay, we're only going to take 2 from this neighborhood, and we can't get somebody to participate, now I think it becomes anachronic.
The model that I looked at was, based on the Parks and Arts Commission with like the different parks and pieces. And then looking at, originally the idea that I had was for different neighborhoods, because I think you need to have, in my mind, which may be different than what other people think, I think you need to have some kind of neighborhood ownership to develop community across the different areas. So, in speaking with Katie, one of the ideas was to have, kind of the 4 quadrants of the city. So it doesn't have to be like, you can't get 2 people from, the Heights. There's somebody from the Heights and maybe somebody from one of the other areas that's down there too. So, if there are changes you guys want to make, I'm happy to do that. And this is the part where I am learning as I'm flying this plane here. So, I just want to know what I need to do and how I need to do it so that when we get to the next part, we can get to the next part.
Okay.
suggestion, the 9 volunteers, so, I guess my question is, do we need 9? Can you do 5? Can you do 7? I don't know the answer to that, but, to kind of go back on what was said earlier, there are 7 precincts within the city. So maybe it's a by precinct, I don't know. I'm not suggesting that's right or wrong, but I just, at the last meeting, we talked about the 9 volunteers, I said, that's a lot to ask for 9 people. I guess what I'm looking for maybe is, I'd like to hear from some of these volunteers that want to be a part of this. It's obviously you have a passion for it, as we all want to encourage, something like this, but as I step back and take a look at the big picture, it's another commission, it's another piece of the pie, the overall, and then I ask myself, well, what cost is associated with putting this together in regards to who's going to run it? I mean, there has to be a staff representative, I would assume, and what's the cost associated with that? Do we need an additional employee to do it? I mean, those are the questions I have. And I'm happy to see you taking the lead on this, I really am. But I like to hear from, many others that want to engage in it.
Community engagement, perhaps?
Exactly. Yeah. So for me, Annie, it just, I'm not, against it or anything like that, and this is something that we probably really would be helpful and beneficial. I just don't want to race to the race. I know you want to get things done, I appreciate that too. But I, like probably others, reach out to some citizens for a little bit of, hey, what do you think of this concept, what do you think of that concept? And to be honest with you, I haven't had a chance to do that yet. Because it's moving pretty quick.
Well, it is.
And it's
Yeah.
good on you to push it, and I appreciate that, so.
I mean, I hear the feedback. I think that I am trying to push forward without being pushy about it, if there's a balance there to strike. And I think when you guys talked at the last workshop, I think one of the things that struck me was that there were a lot of questions about kind of the unknown. Like, again, how much is it gonna cost? What's our investment? And I kind of went through some of that stuff today. I'm like, well, what are our risks? I couldn't think of any risk-wise, because it's community volunteers, there is no direct cost associated with it, there's no budget associated with it, there's probably some indirect costs with potentially some staff time, and that's the question, how much staff time? Well, we don't know, because it isn't built yet, right? And I think that the other thing that I was thinking about today, is that there's a lot of concrete thinkers here, with, very good business experience, very good, we've got IT people, we've got finance people, and so when I'm uncomfortable, y'all are fine. And this is where I'm like, guys, this is a no-brainer for me, because community development and program development, that's my wheelhouse. So I'm sitting here in my wheelhouse thinking, hoping someone's gonna come along with me, and I think that was the realization that I had today, was that this, the abstractness, maybe in some ways of the idea, is uncomfortable, and I think, it's not something that we've done before, and it's unknown. There's not really, that I can think of, another model out there to kind of glean from or to know what to expect. And so while I say that I'm comfortable, I realize that there are, other people who are not. So I want to make sure that, that the idea itself is sound, that the things that we can predict and answer ahead of time, that we can do that, we can outline that in the ordinance, so that it's as structured as it can be. But I think that the hesitations that, or the questions or whatnot that people have are going to be answered by the community when they get on the commission. I don't know that I can alleviate any of those concerns here, or if we have another workshop. The other question about how many people, and I think I heard you differently last time, because I heard you say that it's a big ask, and I thought it was a big ask for the task that they were gonna be assigned, not that it was a big ask to get the 9 members. So I did hear that differently than, but I think that, so one of the questions that I was going through is, what does failure look like? Right, because I think that's what we know, I don't think anybody would want to go forward with something that would potentially fail. So what does failure look like? And I think to me, failure would be not a peep at crickets out there and not one person applies. I don't think, from my perspective, that it would be a failure to only have 5. I think that there's 5 people, if there's 5 people who want to go out, come out and do this, then let them go ahead. If we don't reach the 9 threshold, I want to have the availability for them to have 9, or however many they feel like they need once they get into the work. I don't know, I'm gonna stop talking.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Failure to me, what it looks like is not trying. It's always been that, for me. The question I really have is really important to me is that we took this on because at this point, staff didn't have time and effort, not the time of the effort to be able to do something like this. So my question has to be to Katie, we've talked about this, and also Mayor, that can this be done? I talked to you today about this. I want this to work. I'm in favor of this, but I want it to work. And the best way for it to work is we start from ground zero, and with that attitude is going to work. So the question would be, do we have staff to take care of this? If not, then we need to get that in place before we get too far down the road on it. And also the aspect of the duplication. I'm glad to see that paragraph that was added, because that was a concern. The other thing, concern I have is that for the council, you hear me complain all the time that, my God, we move so slow in making decisions. It's like molasses in the winter. For business, I have to make a decision. If it's wrong, I'm going to change it. We have to make another decision on it. My concern is this, because I've been on different committees when I was living in Spokane, that this committee, if they meet a month, what are we going to be giving them to research and get back to us? Because if something's on our agenda for the council and we want to move forward, now will this committee suddenly come forward and say, you know what, we're not meeting for another 2 weeks. You've asked us to look at this, so we need you to slow down so we can get you this information. I was on the planning commission in Spokane, that drove the 10 of us absolutely bonkers. Because every single time it would happen, where somebody would come forward and say, well, I'm on this committee, we didn't get a chance to look at that because we postponed it for 2 more weeks. And it always got postponed because the attitude of the council was, we don't want to upset the citizens. We want to hear from them. But we were ruled by the citizens that wanted to control, not so much be heard.
Well, I think one of the points of the commission is to establish more effective methods to get timely feedback and that timely citizen engagement. If we need to have, town halls or like the dialogue piece of the in-person, really meaningful discussion back and forth piece, figuring out how to do that, but then also figuring out how to, if there's a technology solution that will give you, does the city of Liberty Lake want a dog park? Yay or nay? Right? That's an example. I'm not promoting that tonight, but I think that, where would you want the dog park? Those types of questions, are you in support of these things generally? Because I think what we don't have is a general pulse of the 12,000 people who live here. We've got some social media stuff, we've got, we've got the farmer's market, we've got engagement with the, website and calls and all that stuff too, but I think just a little bit more coordination, and I think that, Katie had talked about a different sort of platform that they had used in different cities. And I'm like, man, if they can do the legwork on figuring this out, figuring out that works for us or something else, it would better meet our needs. That's the work that I feel like we're trying to take off the staff and engage the citizens in what the citizens want to engage in, how much they want to pay for it, if there's, cost is a part of that too. So, I think, I don't see this commission, these 9 people or however many people are a part of it, as a consultative body, if that makes sense. I think they're there to develop a network for that purpose, for more, some instant communication, some back and forth dialogue, but they're there to help us figure out the methods. I don't see them as the people that we go to all the time for advice.
Well, actually, it does have it in several places, they're advisory to the council.
Yes, I mean,
Advisory position.
an advisory to the council on, if we're gonna go, and I know this is like, if we're gonna go with, text my ducks, right? Like, what are the costs, like, what other options are there out there? Doing some of that work and that research to help us pick a good solution, but then not just have it be about technology. I don't think it can be just about technology. I think they are, would potentially be like neighborhood ambassadors to help engage the community in a lot of other ways. So I think it'll evolve, and change, but I think that their short-term goals are outlined in there.
The example you gave, I think, is great, but also I would be a little concerned that what you were saying there is that we would, technology or something, they would do the research and stuff, but then what we'd be doing is tying staff up to research something for them, of which staff would be research history to the council anyway. So I think we have to be careful not to duplicate our efforts there. Does that make sense?
I think it does make sense. I think that, I feel like a lot of the point of them doing the work is the staff doesn't have to do all that work. And you're looking at me like I'm, like, what do you say?
I'm looking at you as a very successful individual, okay? As a council member, I have to rely on the professionals, in this case, the staff, and attorney things of the sort here. It is advisory for many of these commissions, because these individuals who want to put their time and effort in, I really appreciate their efforts and things like that, but it's an advisory. I have to rely on the expertise of individuals who are hired to do this, and not suddenly say, well, staff doesn't have to do that so much, we can let a committee do that. That's not gonna work for me. Who I need to listen to.
I think some of those details can be worked out. If there's different language that says what you want it to say in here to guide that, that's one thing.
And I'm confident that can be done. Very confident that can be done.
Any other comments?
What you had, what you're saying, that's okay.
Somebody else needs to talk.
Yeah. Is there anybody else? I'm just gonna, a couple quick comments from my side. Go ahead, Councilmember Severs.
Annie, I appreciate all the work you put into this. I think there's an incredible amount of merit to what you've put together here. I think I'm getting hung up on some of the same areas. One of the things, I'm not so sure that we need a formal commission to accomplish what the goal is here. Because I think we've got some other commissions that are kind of doing that already, between Planning Commission and Parks and Arts Commission in particular. And I'm not saying it doesn't need to be that. I'm just saying I'm not so sure that I'm convinced we need to try to manage and run another commission in addition to those pieces. But I see a lot of great things that can come out of this that I think that we need to continue to discuss in these workshop type environments as we vet it out. I'll tell you, I'm not comfortable moving forward on this until we see the community come to us and say, we are a group of 9 people. We are from these different neighborhoods, and we essentially want to band together towards formal projects with the city. And here's how we see it working. And I'm reflecting back on the Parks and Arts Commission that that's how it worked there. There were a number of individuals that were coming to us saying, we want to see more art around the city. We'd like to see this put together. They were coming to the city saying, please let us do this. And it took some time to sort of massage out what the program was going to look like there. And it seems to work very well the last couple of years. And I would hope we go down a similar path here, that I don't think this is something that we want to push forward in 2 weeks. I think it'll be a lot of energy wasted if we can't get 5 to 9 people or whatever the number is to come back and say, we want to do this, we're engaged, and we're going to continue to recruit new volunteers here. As much as anything, I see this almost like an incubator program for people that may be interested in council, much like Parks and Arts and much like the planning commissions are, that people that want to be involved with the city can dip their toe in the water without having to go through a formal election process. And it gets more people engaged just by the fact we put it out there. I think it's great. I think that it's going to take some time to really vet this out and hear from citizens to come and talk to us and comment and say we demand that you put something, you know, that's a strong word, but we really want this, and we are the 8 or 9 people that want to put this together. Those are just my thoughts. So.
Thanks, Councilmember Severs. There's a couple of notes, and somebody else has their hand up real quick. So I am concerned about staff time. We don't know what it's going to look like, who might be available, how much time it'll take. Kind of bouncing off what Councilmember Severs said about, is there a need for a formal commission to start? Sometimes we need to walk before we can run. And I kind of go back to the informal group that was put together when we were looking at the community center and pool and everything. There's a group of individuals that came forward that were interested in doing some legwork and doing visits and things, and they had one goal, and then it was done. And I don't know, maybe if we start with something more informal to start. The challenge with that is, if they're not, you don't know who's going to show up from week to week, right? So if we don't formalize it, we've got that challenge. So I don't know if that's something we want to consider. But again, for me, it comes down to the staff time, and there's going to need to be a staff liaison to help guide the group, like Jen does Parks and Arts, Lisa's got Planning Commission, Jandy's got, Library Board of Trustees, so. Oh, that's right, Tyler's got the Salary Commission. So we're starting to spread the staff kind of thin, so we need to make sure we just keep that in mind. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I only have 2 other things, notes in here. One on page 4, and I'm asking this question because I'm just a little confused at this point. On page 4, under section 5, duties and responsibilities, on number 1, the very last sentence, this report should be submitted to the mayor and city council later than the end of August each year, so funding requests can be evaluated during the city's budget. I'd asked you this before, and you said you sort of touched on this. I guess my question is, do you envision that they're going to have funding dollar amount?
I don't envision them having a budget, but software costs money. A reader board, community reader board costs money. So any ways that they can think of that the council would support for engaging or communicating with the public, those would be the things that they could potentially ask for. And again, if it's not, they don't have a budget, it's something that it would be during the budget process if we knew that something was coming up.
Okay, very good. Yeah, that answers my question. Because the simple reason, I don't see that as a conflict so much, because they may get some dollar amount, but it really comes to the council and the mayor putting together the budget. The last thing I had, this would be a suggestion, recommendation, is that we have great people that volunteer now on the Parks and Arts, Planning Commission, this type of stuff, put a lot of time and effort into it. I would really recommend, as we look at it, as we move forward with this, whatever membership we have there, I would like to see people there who are not already on other commissions. Okay? I would really like to see fresh individuals. Not that our people we have aren't fresh. But one of the commissioners now who was on 2 committees came to me one time and said, I'm going to resign from this committee. And initially I thought, oh God, don't do that because you do such a great job. But he really made his point well with me, is that I want to focus in one area. And this is the area I like, and I want to do that. And I looked at it and I go, that was great wisdom. So I would hope that we really have individuals that aren't already on. Thank you. That's all I had.
Any other comments? Any hands?
So I guess where do we go from here? Well, I think that's my next question, because I'm hearing that people would like to have the citizens come forward and request or band together to come forward and have an interest in this before we move forward. I was more of the mindset that we would build it so they have something to come to with a clear purpose. So I'm not sure where we go from here. I don't know if There are things that can be changed in what is written here, or what, I don't feel like we have consensus on what this ordinance could be or should be. And so I think to move forward, we've got to kind of come a little bit closer.
Councilmember Severs?
Madam Mayor, I think you had a great great suggestion, whether or not you were suggesting it or not, but your point was around what happened with the community pool, the community center years back, and how a group of citizens got together and sort of made that the project. And it made me wonder, Councilmember Kurtz, if you know of a group of citizens already who might want to come together around the project of citizen engagement and make that a project rather than a formal committee at this point, to come together and start as a group and start advising the council on what we need to be doing better for community engagement. I don't know exactly what the project outline would be there, but do you know, is there already a group of people that wants to come do this, or I guess that might be my question. That may be our walk before we run idea.
Yeah, there were a couple of people that mentioned they were interested in it, but I feel like that suggestion is actually just doing what the suggestion is coming together with, because again, if we're worried about staff time, who would man that volunteer group? I think if that's one of the underlying questions. And if they're coming together without a purpose, but they're coming together for something, yeah.
Go ahead, Councilmember Severs.
My assumption would be that these would be passionate, self-guided individuals at this point, and my assumption would be that their purpose would be because they feel that there is additional citizen engagement needed between the city and our citizens. So that would be the purpose, that they would come and advise us on what we can do better, and see if one project leads to the next.
I think that there's the lens to look through where we're wanting to engage the citizens in the process, but we're, as a city council, we are also trying to figure out what the citizens want. So I think it's not just that the citizens, I feel like it's a mutual relationship. I feel like we need to have that interaction and that information and that engagement from citizens to make good decisions for them. We have a lot of projects coming up, and one of the things that we do talk about is that we really want to know what the citizens want. And I think that with our strategic plan, one of the things that was in there was progressive community engagement. And it's okay right now. I mean but it does feel like it's like the more transactional based approach, which is where I was trying to lead us away from into something that is progressive. So I think trying to meet our strategic goals, and not just as a check mark, but to actually have it be something. I think when it was put in the strategic plan, it was meaningful. It was meant something. We want to have a vibrant and active community. We want to have that free-flowing information exchange, and those things were put in our strategic plan. But we don't have a real coordinated way to do that at the moment. And I'm trying to balance hearing the feedback, but then I don't know where we head. Because I think that we could hire somebody. We could hire somebody to figure this out. We could do a consultant. We could hire a full-time staff. But again, those are not budget neutral things. Those are an investment. And this is budget neutral. This is the citizens becoming involved in the running of their government on a day-to-day basis moving forward. And I'm hoping that we can come up with something that is sustainable versus kind of here and there. And I think that they would have some good ideas for how to do that. But it would be a little bit of building that plane while you're flying it, as far as what they were, you know, got the scaffolding in place, for them, for what they're supposed to do. And I have confidence, I'm willing to be wrong, that there are 9 people in our community who would come together, for this effort. So, I hear everybody's hesitations, I just don't share them. But I don't know ordinance-wise, kind of how to move forward from here.
I think at this point, we take we ask the council if they want to bring this forward as for first read. So I guess, you know, we would ask for a motion at this point, see if someone wants to motion to bring it forward. Yes,
Mayor, can I interject?
absolutely.
I spoke with Annie earlier this afternoon, but I hadn't had a chance, and I indicated that it was gonna probably be right before the meeting, I had a chance to review it. I would ask, because I have a number of changes, just from the standpoint of questions, you know, for Annie, as well as other changes, things I want to insert. So if the council wants to move forward, that's fine. I would just ask if they do it, the next meeting. So I have the opportunity to make those changes, the council can see those changes, and then I can talk with Annie a little bit further about some of the things I saw.
Okay. So at this point, would it be appropriate to ask for a motion to move to first read pending changes and, you know, review by you, and then if we have 3 council members who want it, or?
No, what I'm asking is, to the extent the council wants it to be a first read,
Yeah.
just move it from tonight, so I can make the changes that I've reviewed, and also talk with Annie about a couple things. And if they want to do it the next meeting, great. If they want to table it to some other date or some other time, that's fine too. I'm just saying, not vote as a first read, or as a first read tonight, so that I can make the changes.
And we only need three council members to ask to have it come forward, so we really don't need a full vote, because we don't need 4. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm the guy that complains about everything moving slow again, Mayor. I'm recommending we slow it down a little bit. My recommendation would be is don't bring it up the next meeting for first read. If we have these questions that have come up tonight, and it takes some time to write this stuff down and get it back to the council, I think that generates probably another workshop to see if these changes are what the council wants to do. So when we move into a first read ordinance, we pretty much got our act together.
Any other comments or feedback on that? Councilmember, when we go to Councilmember Severs first here.
I would just agree with Councilmember Kennedy. I can tell you, I am not at this time ready to move forward with a commission.
Anybody else? Councilmember Foyer?
I just have a comment, thank you. Annie, I really appreciate your comment about it's a no-brainer for you, right? And what I love about this process is everybody brings something different to the table. And when we need legal advice, we look to that guy. When we need, are we safe in the city, we look to this guy. And we need Mr. Wizard over here from time to time too, to fix our computers, right? I mean, that's the reality. We rely on each other to come to a good conclusion. So if you sometimes hear crickets, it's not because we're not interested, it's maybe we just don't know all the right questions to be asking. Because it's not in my wheelhouse. I'll tell you all you want to know about what I know about construction. That's as far as it goes. All right. So my question, I guess, is knowing that's how we work together as a group. It was brought up earlier that the Parks and Arts started out a certain way, and it was a group of people that came together with a common goal, and they had a passion about it, like you, right? And somebody here must know how that transitioned from that group of community members that were passionate about it to what it is today. And maybe a little bit of guidance for all of us, but I'll just speak for myself, on what that process looked like back then, and see if it will help us now, is my question. I don't know if that's something that can be done, but.
I'm trying to remember, Councilmember Dunn might remember better than I do.
I'm not suggesting it happens tonight right here, but I'm just saying, it's already happened once, So how do we duplicate it? So these questions or these reservations or the attorney wants to read, I mean, so we can all better understand what the goal is. And, you know, I think everybody agrees it'd be a great thing to have. It's just, how do we get there? So, I don't know if that helps or not.
Well, and I know we've been talking a long time, and I don't think we're gonna solve it tonight, so, any opposition to, taking note of the changes, Sean reviewing, and then bringing it back for another discussion? You okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine. I think that, if we get to another workshop though, I don't know what to change. I think that's the crux of it. Like there wasn't any of the feedback between the last meeting and this meeting, so what's gonna change between this meeting and the next meeting? And then it kind of snowballs from there, right? In the meantime, we haven't moved forward with the public. So I'm wondering if the ask is for citizens to comment, maybe they could, comments, a citizen comment section.
Well, even tonight, you know, there's nothing keeping us from putting something on the city's Facebook page and sharing it to get some public comment that way too. Again, it's our narrow focus that we're already hitting for the most part, if you do it that way, you know, on the website. But at least we can maybe get a little bit better, you know, bigger cross-section of people coming than just those who are always here at the meetings. Not that their input isn't valuable, but, you know, to get some different input. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to point out is the 5 questions that I had tonight, when we had this workshop before, I brought all the same questions up. The challenge was, we weren't set up with Katie and staff to be able to write those questions down and bring it back in a document where we can have here where it says draft. That's what we don't have. What was said is, well, you've got some changes, give it to you. That's not how we operate here. That's not how I don't want to operate here. We've always done it in the past, as where Katie does an excellent job, her staff, of saying, okay, they write down what things we want. They put this into context, put it in context, and then it's given to us in the draft so we can look at it. And then the council can look at this and say, okay, this is what was originally proposed, this was a question, is everybody comfortable with that? Here is a record, who recommended that, and it allows us to move forward, as we did tonight with our rules and regulations 112. That's the process. I don't see why we have to change process, let's do it the same way. I don't think it's appropriate for me to have to give my comments to you.
So we're talking about a burden on staff's time. And so I was willing to do the edits for something that was like in my head. I could sit and talk with Katie and she could type it, but that didn't seem like a good use of anybody's time. So that is why I drafted it. Ann was out on vacation, which is why I added the preambles, so that the staff didn't have to do that.
You did a great job. Okay.
Mayor, can I offer something? I'm a kind of a concrete type person, and I like to have a visual of some of the benefits of a community engagement. And I have to say, there are many things that we do in the city that we don't get any feedback on. And we hope that we hit them off, whether it's Text My Gov, a snow plow schedule thing, flyer that we send out. And when you're in business, you can tell if your audience or your customer likes the service that you're providing, because they don't come back if they don't like it. Well, in government, it's a little bit different. I think all of us would benefit from input, from feedback, and all those things. And so I can think of some really good examples of where, hey, we've tried this. What do you think, community? What do you think, citizens? Are we on the right path or not? So, Amy, I'd like to work with you and see if we can come up with some concrete examples to bring back to the council to demonstrate the value of this. Sometimes, like Text My Gov, we had a vendor call us, we thought it was a good idea, we checked references, yada, yada, yada. I'm just telling you, I hope that it's good because, people do use it. But we do have a diverse community. We have people that have lived here for 30 years and 3 months. We've had people that are very young and very old, single, married, families, whatever. We have a lot of people in our community that I don't know if we're reaching because of social media, website. Jen told me the other day, we don't think anyone uses our website. So why would we invest all this money in updating our website when our community's not using it? So I'm just posing, I see the benefit. I see the benefit of getting feedback from police departments, from our planning commission, from our operations and our parks. And I can see real benefit from having a sounding board, if nothing else. Are we heading down the right track? Is this where we really should be spending our money? Or are we wasting our money on things that are not being used? Because updating the website is very expensive, and if people aren't looking at it, maybe we should, go down a different path. So I'm willing to work with Annie and come up with some ideas and examples that we can bring back to the council, on this subject, if that's all right.
I don't see any objections. Okay,
Thanks, Kate.
all right. Thank you. All right, so we're actually on to our second workshop discussion, City Council's priorities for American Rescue Plan funding. So you have basically a summary of what we discussed previously with regards to some buckets, and a note on here of council comments from the June 1st workshop. So looking for further input. I know there's continually more information coming out. Again, I always think, I don't like putting people on the spot, but I'm gonna ask Kyle if there's anything you want to share with us that might be new over the last 3 weeks, with regards to any additional guidance or, specifics on anything new that we may not have considered. Because I also have heard, and if you could confirm, that, where we originally were told that we had until December 31st, 2014 to spend it, 2024, holy cow. December 31st, 2024 to spend it, I am now hearing that if we can allocate it by that date, we can actually spend it into 2026. So hoping maybe you could expand on that, or is it just still a rumor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So in a lot of these topics were, ARP funding topics were discussed a little bit more in depth during the AWC conference that Mayor mentioned earlier on as well. And so to her point, yeah, so there's a difference between expending, obviously, and committing. If we identify a project that we want to complete, we can commit funds by December 31st, 2024 to eventually spend by December 31st, 2026. And so that is going to be something on the back end where we're not looking to push money out the door right away. That's more of we're looking to identify something where it can be public facilities and infrastructure, it can be technology, something on the back end that we're looking to expend these funds so we don't lose them. I think would be a target for that 2-year extension. And so a couple things they did bring up was that there is what the U.S. Treasury is calling an interim final rule, and that has not been finalized, and it's not going to be finalized for quite some time. So what they did with the CARES Act and similarly with ARP funding is they passed legislation to get money out the door. That was their goal, was to get money into the hands of these different entities that could then spend it on rehabbing and replacing lost revenue and responses to the pandemic. And so what the idea was that so I'm cutting out here, sorry. Can everybody hear me? I cut out.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. At any rate, the idea was that they wanted to obviously target nonprofits, residents, businesses. And then they also said that, you know, it's very important that we don't rush to expend these funds. We want to have a good idea we want to have a good plan in place. We want to have a good idea for where these funds are going. So we have, 3 years to spend it, so.
Thank you for that summary. Through some of the other meetings that I have been to as well, it seems like we are in a similar boat as a lot of the other jurisdictions. Obviously, the county seems to have made a lot more progress than anybody else, but in meeting with the regional mayors, we're all kind of looking at each other like, well, what do we do first? We've got all this money. We've got the first 1.5 and change in our bank account now. It's really gonna be a matter, at least to me, of how fast do we press on the gas and how hard, and then when do we let up or when do we push back to figure this out. I think, based on our previous conversations, there's definitely some things at the city level that we want to be able to accomplish, which really, you know, and I'm kind of adding numbers in my head, could probably be a little bit of just a drop in the bucket for the entire 3 million. But Mayor Pro Tem and I were talking yesterday, you know, maybe the first step is to, again, just a suggestion, this is your guys' decision on where this goes and how to split it up. But maybe the first part of the discussion is, how do we decide what percentage of the funds go to which bucket? That's a big question. You know, there's so many unknowns. I remember Melanie Rose from Avista saying that, you know, there's still assistance through Avista on residences for their utilities, and they're not getting as many applications as they expected. Same thing with rental assistance. The county, you know, put out a reminder just last week saying, hey, look, there's still a whole bunch of money here for rental assistance. Nobody's applying for it. So those are things we need to keep in mind, that A, there are other buckets. So if we have residences, not businesses at this point, residences who are looking for help with their utility bills, well, if Vista's got their wallet out, basically, at this point, saying, hey, we still have money to help. The county, you know, saying, hey, there's still money left here, so we don't want to duplicate those efforts. We want to make sure we get, you know, the biggest bang for those bucks as possible, both for our citizens, our nonprofits, and the businesses. So I kind of just open it up, back up to you guys for discussion. Maybe we start getting a little bit more specific. I'm trying to find my version of the PowerPoint here. With regards to, maybe we take one box at a time. Do we take technology first for the city? What are the things we want to do? But, you know, those are just suggestions from my side. Councilman Kirk, you had your hand up, so go ahead.
Well, I was looking through the legislation today about, and just a number, there were 17 other categories. There's so much funding out there, and so I really hear what you're saying about the duplication, because that was one thing I was really wanting to make sure that we understand, you know, not on a real in the weeds level, but on a more of a high level, what our small businesses have access to, so that we don't, again, duplicate the efforts. And then some of the intents with it, I mean, the loss recovery, mitigating economic harm from COVID, so really trying to focus in on the scope of it. But I think we have the opportunity to invest in, so when I was looking at there was some suggestions on one of these slides too, not only what exists today, but what future investments we could look at.
Right.
I know that there were a lot of sort of ideas around existing infrastructure and how to, you know, like the HVAC, how to make that better. And those are some of like kind of an exciting things that we could, and I don't want to, you know, go buy a Corvette today,
Right.
but we've been talking about the library.
Yeah.
So are those things that we want to try to, would it fit within the guidance? But are some of those bigger things that we've wanted to do, but maybe with the trailhead part coming up and kind of the road situation, maybe we've hesitated on? Is this an opportunity for us to do that? Is it fits within the scope? So I would like to see some sort of a focus on the recovery piece of things, and I think that having some value add to the community with some of like the, you know, the uncool, unfun HVAC things too that we do need. So those are some of my thoughts.
Yeah, well, and what I fear is the perception. I mean, perception is reality, right? Is the perception that the city's starting to spend the money and it's all on city facilities, when there might be businesses and residences and nonprofits and all that out there that could still need some help. So I don't want to get into that tangle. I think we've got a bucket, we have another bucket coming, we've got this amount of time to split it up. And again, that's where that, you know, how hard do we press on the gas pedal thing? What do we tackle first? Todd, can you go to the second slide that had some comments from, there you go, just so everybody can see it. Mayor Pro Tem, I saw your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, my comment was going to be on the idea of, given the illusion that if we're grabbing this, we should be going more to business and things this sort of here. What I envisioned is that we have the allegiance to our citizens. That's who we're responsible for. That's who we're working for. And at the same time, we realize we're also citizens that are here. So I look at whatever we can do for our facilities, the technology, things of the sort here, that is money well spent, because as time goes on, we don't have to go to the citizens who really have suffered through this, equally with businesses and things of the sort here, that their income has been cut off or reduced. And so we don't have to go to them and ask for more taxes or spend their tax dollars. We could utilize this on a lot of this stuff where we could start looking at now. And I don't think that, us to jump ahead when there's businesses out there. Before leaving the house tonight on Q6, I watched the report on SNAP. With the amount of money, they have a lot of money to give out for rent and utilities and stuff. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Kurtz, go ahead.
I was thinking about what you said about whether we should kind of try to define maybe, a percentage. And I'm wondering if, I'm looking back through my comments, I'm wondering if we want to strategize hearing from business owners, trying to hear from the community, because I think that if we go out and build something that doesn't fit for them, especially with all these other things, I think that having some input from our local businesses, I think we all kind of agree that we really want to keep it pretty hyper-local. I think that would serve us well, and if there's not this rush to spend it, I think we do have time to do some of those town halls, or community halls, or whatever you want to call them, to get some of that feedback and really be thoughtful about how we go with it. So I think that would be where I would want to head, is try to figure out how to hear from the different pockets and pieces of the community, about what would be most impactful for them before we make a decision.
Great. Well, I know we've already heard from one of our nonprofits. I've been continuing to put the bug in the ear of the others. Hey, just start getting some numbers together. We don't know what any aid package to our nonprofits is going to look like, but hey, start putting your numbers together. What did you expect to raise last year and this year? And where was the gaps? And so at least we can start trying to get a feel for what size the bucket might be. So, say it's the nonprofit bucket, and we get some preliminary numbers. It may only come up to $50,000. We don't know. It may be 150. But at least we can start getting some ballparks to see how big those asks might be. And I know Councilmember Dunn had talked with Melanie at Vista, and I did as well, with regards to businesses. And I also had a follow-up conversation with Mayor Pro Tem about helping businesses with utilities. So Vista had their program for residences. They were able to pull certain information from their database, what residences in Liberty Lake were past due, and they were able to help them. They can, pretty much morph that for the businesses. But to the discussion that Mayor Pro Tem and I had, we're back to, okay, well, is the business delinquent because they truly were suffering and the revenue was down, or were they getting some of these funds and, buying luxury items? We don't know. And also, what else have they, like you said, what else have they applied for and gotten? So there's so many moving pieces to this, and that's where, I still kind of have in my head, I think we might still at the city need some assistance in some form to try to, figure that out, or we need to decide who our partners are going to be to do that work for us. And again, this is where I really want to go back and pick Mary Cooney's brain, because I know who they've worked with for certain things, but she may have some other suggestions on other partners, so we don't have to hire somebody. Mayor Pro Tem, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to throw out for consideration as we move forward with ideas and stuff here, that just time consumed just with businesses. If we went to all the businesses, the certain businesses, we had X number of residents and said, supply to us where you're hurting. If you think about that, now we're going to be in a position that we're going to be judging, is this person more deserving than this person? Why does this person need more or less? And we're always going to be in that critical stage. One thing we can take consideration is this: if we had X number of businesses, and we looked at that and took the next dollar amount and said, we're going to split that up equally among all these businesses. If we were capable of doing something like that, then we're not going to get into tremendous staff time and however we're going to do this, determining who should get something more than someone else. So let's just think about that as we move forward on this.
Councilmember Severs, you look like you have something on your mind.
I am, no, mostly just very much in agreement with what Councilmember Kennedy just said. There's a real challenge in trying to pick between one business and the next, and Madam Mayor, you kind of mentioned it too. Just because somebody's past due on their bills, that doesn't mean that it was COVID related. It could just mean that they weren't doing a good job as a business owner. So that's going to be a difficult thing for us to decide. I think it's okay for us to decide that if that's what we want to do, but there's a great point in I just divide it up equally. And, this is a real challenge, I think. So.
Well, I do know, and I believe, again, it was Melanie Rose that was talking about the residences for Avista, where they were able to take care of all of those who applied. So if we could be in a situation, if we apply that to the businesses, maybe not all, say we have 500 businesses in Liberty Lake, maybe not all 500 businesses apply. Maybe they realize that they're in good shape. And so we may not have to split it over all 500. It may be that we have 150 or 200 apply, and then we split it among that. So, definitely things to think about. I think we need to be just really creative. And so I guess my ask, and obviously, again, this is your discussion, but as you guys come up with things, Kyle, if we can direct those different ideas to you to just kind of put in the tickler as we continue to talk about this and adding them to, this presentation. I think this is a good format to keep this in. We can start getting maybe a bit more specific, but I don't know how much more you guys want to go through this tonight, or if you have any other actions that you want to take tonight on this. Councilmember Follier, and then Councilmember Dunn. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple questions, and maybe my second question doesn't need an answer tonight, but we already have some funds.
We got about a little over $1.5 million.
What are we doing with that money right now?
It's sitting there. Now it's gonna be one of my questions. I don't know what we're allowed to do with it. Are we allowed to
Within our
invest any of
financial
it?
policy, it's, I believe, in a money market account, and we have local, financial institutions that we
Invested in?
invested in. But the interest rates are very, very low.
Understand that.
Yeah.
Gotta do something with it
Yeah.
in the meantime.
Yeah.
Right? I guess, let me think here, Annie, this is the boring part. This is fun for me, not for you.
Oh, this is fun. You get like meetings.
What I'm gonna talk about is not fun. I'm looking for things, and in the slide, it had my comments from last time. I'm looking for things that are long-term investments. And when I say long-term investments, not a year or two, 20 and 30-year investments. And to me, those items need to be our roads, because they affect the businesses, the residents, everybody, right? So that's the one connection we all have, is our streets and roads. Our next connection we all have is how we service our roads and our parks and our trails. And our next connection is our police department. And then technology. Everybody, we always got to keep up with technology, right? So that's the lens I'm viewing this through. While I would love to sit here and say, let's help the businesses that need help and the residents that need help, there's other sources, is my gut, that they can go to if they need assistance, as we discussed earlier tonight. So roads aren't cool, they're not fun, but they do join us all at the hip. So that's where I'm gonna be coming from throughout this whole discussion.
And I think, I would look to Kyle, not now, but, to advise us on things. Oh crud, I just broke my necklace. Happy anniversary to me. To maybe advise us on things like roads and if we can use any of those funds for that. So kind of put that on your list, Kyle, so we can talk about that next time.
Yep.
Councilmember Dunn, I think you had your hand up as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to observe that there are businesses in our community who are adversely impacted by government mandates to adjust their operations. And I believe it's our duty as a municipal government to potentially make amends for that. To say give every business the same amount does not at all belie how the government showed up and said, I can only have 25% of the operational capacity that I normally have. So I'm a little bristling at the notion of just saying divvy it up evenly. I believe there are some reasonable factors that can be taken. And I draw, like, for example, NASC codes to recognize hospitality interests and impact. So the second part I'd observe is I think that already had 501c3 Winterglow step forward and say, I have been adversely impacted by specifically these amounts. And to not take action, I'd say immediate action with what we have on hand, to me, is a form of delay. We talked a lot here about tonight delay, and in my opinion, there I think is the potential for immediate action. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, any other comments? All right, well, I think we, go ahead, Katie.
So I hesitate to offer this, but I will. If the council is interested in understanding our local nonprofit impact, that would be our Friends of the Library, Kiwanis, Rotary, Lions, there's probably some I'm not mentioning. We could reach out to them and ask them, what financial impact did you have because you couldn't do your fundraiser or scholarships and yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
We could do our homework, make a list and bring that back to the council.
I've already asked them informally, but we can make it more formal.
And then we can share it with the council. So you're right, and I don't know the number, but let's say it's a number. Let's say it's $100,000. I'm making this up. I have no idea. That could be something that council could decide to move on sooner than later. So just so Chris, if you've already started it, I could.
Well, so I've done it informally. You and I are going to be spending the next pretty much all day together tomorrow. So why don't we can figure out what that communication is going to look like.
Put the numbers together, and then at least if the council's wanting to go in that direction anyway, there's no reason that has to be delayed because the impacts are in the rear.
I don't want to make this process more complicated than it has to be. And so the easier the better.
So just offer that.
All right. Okay. So I guess if there's no further comments on that, we are moving into general business. Woohoo, Mayor Pro Tem.
Very good, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Consent agenda, motion to approve the June 15, 2021 City Council meeting minutes. Also approve the July 6, 2021 vouchers in the amount of $187,653.99.
We have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded by Councilmember Foyer. Do you have any discussion on the consent agenda?
Can I ask one question about the vouchers? One of the things that I noticed on page 46 of our packet, was a $14,000 and change expenditure to Southern Computer Warehouse. And I was just checking to see what that was, since we're having a discussion about ARP dollars tonight, but there's something on there that's already been sent.
Kyle, do you have the detail on, do you have the voucher number? I don't have the electronic.
Todd would probably know. What's the name of the vendor again?
Southern-
Line 2570.
Yeah.
There for our 2 servers that we had just purchased.
And it was, it came before the council for approval, if I remember correctly.
Right.
Yeah, a couple weeks back.
Okay, it was just from ARP dollars. And
Yeah,
know we-
I think we are putting that to that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it has been identified as ARP eligible, so that we'll review that when council develops budgets for each bucket.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yeah.
Do we have any funds remaining from the first round?
I don't think, they didn't roll over.
We didn't spend all of our money.
No. Oh, that's right, it was reimbursed.
We spent it and then we submitted for reimbursement.
Yeah.
And
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so hearing no further discussion on the consent agenda, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. On to action items.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Action items 1, approve amendment number 1 for task order 2020-004 with parametrics for the Public Works Yard Site Improvement Project in the amount of $12,300.
Second.
Okay, second by Councilmember Severs. Any discussion or somebody want to give a little bit of a background on this at all? Ben, would it be Ben or Lisa? I don't know which
Yeah,
one. who
I'm
owns
happy to
one.
give a little background on this. So the
Great.
original scope for the site improvements was for the frontage improvements along Kramer Parkway, and then with just minor updates to grading inside the site. But as we dug into it more, the grading, the site plan, putting the water lines where they needed to go, that there's basically some scope outside of just the frontage improvements that had to be designed with the frontage improvements to make sure that the interior site was set up for success when we do that portion of the project. So this is all work that needs to be done. It's just being done as part of the frontage improvements rather than the interior site. And so the interior site design costs will be less.
Understood. You guys have any questions for Ben on this one?
Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Foyer.
thank you. Just one question, Ben. You know, with any kind of an overage, regardless of the amount, I would always ask myself, why did that happen? And what can I do differently to not allow that to happen in the future? Is this something that would apply to, or is this just the nature of grading issues, elevations, that kind of thing?
Yeah, that's a great question. So this was a project that I had inherited, and the original scope had incorporated some very limited site staking for our crews to do the internal grading, and some very limited site work to do a building that was pre-engineered, but we can't do a building that's pre-engineered necessarily for this site. And so as we dug into the project and found out more what the options were, the scope was too limited to achieve what we needed to do. So that's really what this is making up for that, to plan for the rest of the site to be set up to meet all the ADA requirements, have the subgrade prepped and done correctly so it can support the new building. It's doing some legwork ahead of time to kind of make up for some of the other scope that may have not been initially included.
Thank you.
Okay. No more questions? All in favor of Amendment 01 for Task Orders 2020-004, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? All right. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 2, motion to authorize expenditure of $7,568.55 for tree removal at Valley Way.
Second.
Okay, got a second by Councilmember Severs. And is there anything anybody wants to present on this? I know it's come up in the past that this was coming forward to us. Are there any questions that anybody needs answered? All right, hearing none, all in favor of tree removal expenditure of $7,568.55, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Action item 3, motion to authorize a total of $25,213 for PS&E documents for the sidewalk improvements on the north side of Mission Avenue from the last to Caulfield. And authorize the mayor to sign the contract with Parametrics.
Second.
I saw your hand, Hugh, but I didn't hear you. So we got a second by Councilmember Severs. Any discussion? I figured some people might have some questions on this and where it is and what we're doing, but I will let you guys ask that if you do. I don't see any. I do have one quick question. How has the feedback been from the residents who are along that path? Because I know there's much older trees there. Are they pretty, are we gonna be able to work with them to save some of those trees, or how is it going?
So I'm gonna introduce your answer, and then Lisa,
Okay,
you can jump in. I actually went out and looked at the trees, and there are some very mature trees that are in the right of way that need to be removed. We're trying to salvage the fence, as I recall, because someone has a fence, and so we have to, address that. But Lisa, are you able to provide more information?
Yes, so this design work is to enable us to, among other things, be able to communicate better with the residents as to the extent and scope and what options we have to try and mitigate the impacts. And so it's essential that we do this anyhow prior to going out to bid, but this is a piece that will actually help us communicate with the residents as
Great.
to what to expect.
Okay, great. And Lisa, remind me how many properties are affected? It's like around 5?
I believe there's 4. Ben, can you confirm that?
Yeah, there's 3 or 4 that will be affected. And to tack on to Lisa's point, so there's a little bit of additional scope in this to put together a site plan and do some additional survey and private utility locates so that we can bring these options and basically an initial design to the residents to talk about what options we have to make sure that we can find the best solution for everybody. So it's trying to be much really proactive in communication with exactly where the sidewalk would be relative to their trees and their lots. And so that's why we're putting in a little bit of additional effort up front. And the residents that I've talked to out there have been really receptive to that. And we're excited about being able to have more feedback in the design process.
Right. I appreciate the extra work, and I'm sure the people who live there do too. Thank you. All right, if there's no other questions or discussions, all in favor of authorizing $25,213 for PS&E documents, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? All right, seeing none, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Action item 4, motion authorizing the mayor to sign heavy equipment lease agreements for the operation and maintenance department.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Second by Councilmember Follier. Any questions or comments? Go ahead, Councilmember Follier.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. My only question is, I think I've asked this previously, is it our intention that after the lease is expired that we're gonna purchase the equipment? Or are we just gonna keep leasing?
Do we have Jen or Stephen here?
Yeah, Jen or Stephen, do you want to answer that question?
So I think the intent right now is to continue leasing until we have a shop that's set up enough to be able to maintain our own equipment. That equipment is pretty large and we don't have the capacity to maintain it right now. So our best option, maintenance wise, is to lease. Western States CAT provides quite a bit of the maintenance and upkeep of those machines. Hopefully at some point when we have a shop that can sustain that equipment, then at some point we'll be able to hire the personnel to diesel mechanics to be able to take care of that equipment.
Great, thanks, Jen. Does that help, though?
Sure.
Okay. All right, any other questions? All right, not seeing any. All in favor of authorizing signature for heavy equipment lease, please say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? All right, seeing none, motion passes 5-0. All right, thanks, everybody. Now, Mayor Pro Tem, we had moved your note to after action items, so floor
Thank
is
you, Madam
yours.
Mayor. So excited to be able to talk about this. I requested that we have the opportunity to be able to, I want to make some comments about city facilities and what has happened with the candidates and election here and stuff. I want to go back with a little bit of history, is that we put that booth together, the city did, 6 years ago. And in that booth, when it started off, there was Councilman Kaminsky, there was Mayor Peterson, and Shane Brickner, at the time council, donated Saturdays, every Saturday during the period of time to be in there. And then 5 years ago, I got involved in there. So for the last 6 years, we've had representation in that booth. Now, the challenge has been this. The challenge has always been when you have citizens coming in an election year and saying, oh, gee, you're running, things of the sort here. We had checks and balances that worked, and they worked for years. And they worked very well. And why they worked so well is that I'll use the example of 2 years ago when we had 2 individuals running for mayor. Both individuals were in the booth. So when we had 4 individuals there, the mayor and 3 council members, there was always the checks and balances to make sure it wasn't happening. And we were very good about talking to the citizens, saying, oh, I'm sorry, I appreciate that. I'm not able to speak to you about this. You can call me later on. What we weren't allowed to do, that some people are confused about, is the idea, well, if you're in the booth, you can't talk politics. But if you're outside the booth, you can't. And that's where a lot of confusion is, because that's city property. But also what I understand in the bylaws of the farmer's market itself, Katie, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, they have in their bylaws that they also restrict any signs or political discussions going on at that time. So we had very good checks and balances, and it was very successful, that booth. I loved being able to do that. You got to interact with the citizens. As a rule of thumb, my opinion was that we had about 50% of people that came in and asked questions don't even live in Liberty Lake. Then we had the regulars that showed up every single Saturday. Then we had individuals who were new and wanted to know about the bridge, things of this sort here. So it was a very effective. Unfortunately, what happened this year, that when we look back on it, we didn't have those checks and balances because of the different complexity that was there. And what suddenly happened is that we had individuals coming into the booth that had been involved in the past, were not involved now, and in the booth and outside the booth was talking about people campaigning. And the challenge with that was this: we had citizens, one individual sent a letter where he was complaining about myself being in the booth, and also former Mayor Brickner, and this is on public record, I'm going to mispronounce his name, Duda or Duda, something like that, we're really not sure, but he did express, and he put it in writing, so we responded to that. What was happening is that council members such as myself and Mayor Kaminsky now, and Councilmember Woodruff observed that individuals were coming in there and specifically talking about this. And the challenge was, how do we eliminate that? We were between the rock and a hard place, and we're not able to diffuse that. Then what was happening in just the 2 weeks that I was there, the first 2 weeks I was not able to attend because of some medical reasons. But interestingly enough, people who were used to me being in the booth had contacted me and said, gee, do you realize that so-and-so was there and these politics are being talked about? And it's like, okay, how do we resolve this? Because we have something great that is being jeopardized right now. And that's what was happening. So Holly Woodworth, council member at the time, had individuals come to her, not just one individual. Not only we had it in writing between her and myself being council members, we had numerous people come to us and say, hey, what's going on in that booth is not right. So the choice is this: what do you, the citizens of Liberty Lake, what do you expect out of your council members? An example I want to give is the last year when our former mayor had health challenges and his circumstances changed where he moved outside the city. We had a situation where a resident who had the right to bring forward and ask the council a question, he put it in writing, and what he did is he went to one of our council members, in this case it was Councilman Dunn. And Councilman Dunn did exactly what his job is. He brought it to the attention of the city, and that had an investigation which we resolved here a month or so ago. And that took about 5 months or so. And what's interesting enough, a similar thing happens now where a council member is contacted. If Holly Woodworth had not come forward 2-3 weeks ago, I was going to make that comment on it. And brought forward is that we have citizens who are concerned about this on it. Now, the thing that's most disturbing to me, why I wanted to speak about this tonight, is that when this citizen came forward on our previous mayor, and then Mr. Dunn, Councilman Dunn, did his job, what happened with social media, they started tearing these people apart. And they start saying, well, Councilman Dunn obviously has a vendetta against this individual, or he has a special interest, and the person who came forward has a special interest, and social media just treated them poorly. So now what happens, the situation happens again, and a council member, your representative, are approached by citizens, not just one, numerous citizens saying, we have a concern, and what are you going to do about it? So what happened is it went to social media after we had a vote, and it just exploded. And what was interesting is that the council member who brought this forward took it upon herself to get involved in that social media. And I want to read this into the record, what she posted on social media. This was Councilman Woodruff. It says, I hope there's a way to make this happen again. Personally, I love meeting up with the council members as the booth has moved here, and I loved even more the few times I was able to be there as a council member. It's an excellent way to engage with the community. Boy, Chris and I are 100% on board with that. A part of me did want to bring this up in the meeting tonight, but when citizens, plural, express a concern, it has to be discussed. I'll miss seeing you in the booth for sure. You and Mike, referring to Mayor Kaminskas. Kennedy had been so helpful to so many citizens. She did that, trying to explain how this came about. My concern is what happened next. And this ties into what happened to Councilman Dunn and citizens who come forward. On the very next citizen, who I have tremendous respect for, type this: Holly Woodworth, you caused this issue. Shame on you. Let me read that again. Holly Woodworth, you caused this issue. Shame on you. This is a council member who came forward doing her job just as Councilman Dunn had done his job. And yet what happens is citizens choose to attack these individuals. So we as council members, I want to ask the citizens, what do you expect of us? We swore that we would uphold the RCWs and the rules of the Liberty Lake for you. We are here for you. And yet, if we're going to be attacked like that, when we're doing the job and trying to be transparent of what you want us to be, and that happens, put yourself in this position. After a period of time, if you're a council member, you're going to go, I don't want to be the guy to come forward, because I am going to be destroyed. You know what the ripple effect that is? You get council members and citizens who really want to be engaged, they want to be on committees and stuff, and they go, you know what? I really don't want to do that. Why? Because social media is going to murder you. So I ask social media, please use some common sense. And also for the cities, the citizens, and the council members, realize something. Take with a grain of salt what you see on social media. The challenge is I went through and looked at all the individuals who responded in there. What's interesting is some of those individuals don't live in the city. They don't pay taxes here, they don't vote, and they're not residents. And some individuals don't even live in the state. And yet these individuals take it upon themselves to attack council members, your representatives, they're doing their job. So I ask you this one last question. Citizens, what do you want of us? If you have a question, don't ask it on social media. Put it on paper, as this gentleman did. Because when you put it on paper and give it to us, you know what happens? We respond. It comes to Katie or it comes to the mayor, we will respond because by law we have to. And if it comes to a council member, such as Councilman Dunn did, or Holly Woodruff, they did their job and came forward. So when I read this, that Holly Woodruff, you caused this issue. No, poor judgment on individuals causes this issue. Then you go on to say, shame on you. I want to say this to citizens who attack individuals that are doing their job. Shame on you. I hope that we can move forward with the transparency that everybody says they want. But when we try to do it, for some reason on social media, people get upset, they don't get their way, and they want to jump to social media that I didn't get my way. Let's be better at what we want to become as citizens of Liberty Lake. Let's support the council members because we want to support you. You know, Councilman Kurtz is doing a lot of effort to try to get something to be able to get the citizens where we can be engaged. All right? How are we going to get these citizens to come forward to get involved in this thing, to get engaged, whereas they have an opportunity of being criticized on social media if they make a decision that's not happy with people? Let's be conscientious of what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on that note, Lisa, you're up. Public hearings, appeals, CVSD annexation request.
Can you bring up my presentation, please? Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is the second annexation hearing related to the school district's request to annex property west of the Ridgeline High School site on the former Spokane Gun Club property. And I wanted to point out in your packets today, you have an updated staff report from the last time that I presented. What was updated in it is highlighted in red so that you can easily identify what's new or different. And there's really only two updates. The first is that I've added comments that were received since the initial drafting of the staff report, number one. And number two, I corrected the comprehensive plan description of the R2 mixed residential description. And Councilmember Kurtz asked a question regarding the density, the density discussion in the comprehensive plan description, which caused me to go back to it. And I responded incorrectly when she asked a question as to whether or not density could go up to 18 units. And I said I thought it would happen in the multifamily. That is not the case. I actually had copied the wrong comprehensive plan description into the original staff report. And so I wanted to point that out. The mixed residential designation provides for a moderate increase in density using a variety of urban housing types and designs. This design-oriented designation promotes residential renewal to small lot, single-family homes, townhomes, duplexes, and small apartment buildings. The mix of housing may take a variety of forms, either mixed within a single site or mixed within the general area with varied dwelling types. Developments in this zone should have a net density of no less than 6 units per acre. The maximum density is 12 units per acre. And so I would compare the type of development that can happen in R2 to what you see in River Crossing East, where they have the mix of townhomes and small apartments along with single family residential. Next slide, please. So again, this is the subject property. The zoning in Spokane County is currently industrial. And as I said, the school district did request the R2 zoning. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Again, I want to remind you that the comprehensive plan does provide you with some criteria to consider when you're evaluating annexation. And we've gone over this before, so next slide, please. The procedural timeline, I just want to point out that we have followed the steps as outlined in the RCWs for an annexation where you're simultaneously providing the comprehensive plan and zoning designation. This is the second hearing in the process, and we hope to bring back a first read ordinance to you at your next council meeting. I hope at the end of this second read ordinance that you can give me some direction as to any conditions of approval that you might like to include or changes to the proposed zoning designation, such that I can draft an ordinance. So I'm not asking you to take a vote per se, but I am asking for some feedback so that I can draft the ordinance appropriately. Next slide, please. Again, we have completed the SEQA review. Next slide, please. And we did issue a determination of non-significance. The comments that we received to date really focused on a project-specific action. And I want to point out again that the SEPA review is for a non-project action. What you're doing is a legislative action. There's not going to be any ground disturbance. The issues of concern related to cultural resource survey or traffic, schools, etc., are all impacts to the school district, are all issues that would need to be addressed when a project-specific action was brought forward. Next slide, please. With that, I'm here to answer any questions you may have. And if you have no questions, we should turn it over to Central Valley School District to provide any testimony they may have. Councilmember Dunn?
Hey, question, Lisa, you were very clear about needing some guidance with respect to the draft of this ordinance. Could you clarify specifically that guidance?
Yeah, if we could go back to the slide, a couple of slides, Todd, I'd appreciate it. The fifth slide, please. So going back up a few slides, sorry. So the comprehensive plan governance policy related to annexations is that we should be evaluating proposed annexations based on the following criteria: the ability to provide public services at the city's adopted levels of service, whether annexation would eliminate an unincorporated island or could be expanded to eliminate an unincorporated island, whether the annexation would allow or would follow logical boundaries such as streets, waterways, parcels, sections, or substantial topographic features, and whether the annexation would eliminate an irregularity or irregularities in the city's boundaries, thereby improving service delivery. And again, consistency with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Kurtz.
My question again is about how we, make the developer agreement regarding the density around there, because what I read through the comments was that there was concern about traffic and density, which is a continued question that our residents ask. And I thought in one of the presentations you had talked about that in an annexation, there needs to be some consideration of the codes around it as well, and the kind of the feel of the area or the density of the area. And so I'm curious at what point we talk about that developer agreement and what the council feels is reasonable for that area.
So if I may, so first of all, I'd like to go back to the slide, which I kind of jumped over, that shows you the densities surrounding it. The densities in the lands surrounding it are, and maybe I didn't include that slide, one more back perhaps. The area to the west of the site is in Spokane Valley. It's an R3 zone, which allows 6 units per acre, single family or duplex. The land to the south of this is Spokane County. It's unincorporated with a low density residential zone, which the maximum density is 6 units per acre. The Liberty Lake R2 zone, which is what's being requested, allows for a density of 6 to 12 units per acre. And as compared to an R1 zone, which allows 4 to 6 units per acre for detached single family and 4 to 8 units per acre for attached single family. I would caution you that I would not limit the density to 6 units per acre or anything like that. You need to have a range of density allowed. We do have a minimum and a maximum, and it's important that we address that because we are dealing with net densities and it's hard to hit an exact unit per density target. Now, as to your question about the timing of it, yes, as an annexation, you can include conditions of approval. If your conditions of approval deal with the types of land uses that might be allowed in the zone, you can restrict land uses, or you could limit, say, for example, the density through a development agreement. Though that's the type of feedback that I'd like to get from council tonight, a general direction, so that, again, so that we can prepare the appropriate documents to bring back to City Council.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
I guess my initial recommendation would be to limit it to 4 to 6 units per acre.
Any other comments? Discussion?
Could I make a point, just a point of fact?
Sure.
So because the zone, the minimum density is 6 units per acre, you can't reduce the number of units per acre, and it's encompassed in the definition of the R2 zone in the comprehensive plan. So you can limit you could shorten the span of the range from 6 units to X units, less than the 12 units per acre, but you can't go below the minimum density because in conflict with the comprehensive plan. If that makes sense.
I must have misunderstood that then. I thought that the developer agreement was something that could be done even though they were asking for the R2 zone, which makes sense with what they're looking to do there in that property, but
it also has to be consistent with, the comprehensive plan. That's the challenge. A different option that you would have, you do not have to zone it what the applicant has requested. I do want to remind you that the reason why the school district is requesting the R2 zone is because it would allow them to do either an elementary school or a middle school, depending upon what their need is in the future.
So what I would like to do is give the school district the ability to build what they want school-wise in that area with low density. How does that happen? Can that happen?
Well, it could happen. The minimum density in that zone needs to be 6 units per acre to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. But you could cap it at 8 units per acre, or which would be consistent with, even in the R1 zone, we do allow for 8 units per acre if they're attached single-family homes. So you might consider a range of 6 to 8 units per acre if that was something you wanted to consider.
One thing I will mention, just as a food for thought, about reducing the maximum density, we're in short supply of lower dollar homes. And, in my view, if we still allow the 6 to 12, that could still allow maybe condos and like we said, the duplexes and townhomes, which usually are a lower entry price point for people wanting to try to get in or even stay in Liberty Lake these days. Just a note. Councilmember Follier.
Thank you, Mayor. Lisa, if you could, do give us an example of what type of building, if they went to the maximum 12 units per acre, we would see?
So you would actually probably see some of like the small apartment complex, small apartment buildings that you're seeing over in River Crossing East along Harvest Parkway and along Indiana Avenue, where they have several 6 and 9 unit apartment buildings. They actually look and feel very much like the single family homes in their design, but again, it's a smaller apartment. You'd also you could very well see single family or attached townhomes, which you see elsewhere in the River District, as well as some in Rocky Hill. And in fact, the northern portions of Rocky Hill are actually in the R2 zone. And so you see some of those like cottage types of housing, some duplexes, some attached single family. And that's, I think in the R2 zone, in Rocky Hill, those are, the net density is a little bit over 6 units per acre. Again, it's really hard to hit an exact density target, so which is why you need to provide a range. Our comp plan is very specific about, and actually GMA is very specific about the concept of minimum densities as well as maximum densities.
Follow-up question, if I could.
Yep, absolutely, go
So
ahead.
one follow-up question to that then. I understand the R2 zone units per acre right now is, we have to stay within the 6 to 12 units per acre per the R2 zoning, correct?
Yes, it would have to be, you could have a smaller range, but it has to fall within that range. Yes.
Correct. So my next question for you then is, does the council have the, can they say, okay, we're gonna go with the R2 zoning, but 50% of it has to be at this units per acre and the other 50% at a different?
Well, so again, and it's nearly impossible to hit exactly the density. So if you say it has to be 6 units per acre, it's going to be really hard to hit that. But you could have a spread again where certain, at least X percentage of it has to be single family homes or whatever. You could do that. I do want to, maybe it's helpful to point out to you all that when you look at Spokane Valley to the west of this site, those are manufactured homes on small lots. There is some denser development down in the county, also some relatively new housing and whatnot. Again, I do want to stress that at the time a development would be proposed in this area, they do have to go through SEPA. They will have to go through transportation concurrency reviews. We'll have to look at what the impacts are. And so those issues would need to be addressed at that time.
So in essence, what you're saying is that would really kind of drive the maximum units.
Well, I actually think that the maximum number of units is probably on the remainder of the property. A portion of this is already developed as ball fields for the high school. Again, once the school district carves off a piece for either a middle school or an elementary school, and that will determine how much of a balance they have left. I think that we're starting out with 60 acres, but I believe probably 15 of those acres are already as ball fields. And then I don't know, I'll defer to the school district to identify how many acres, but I think the rule of thumb is usually 10 acres for an elementary school, but that may have increased higher for a middle school. So there's probably only a small portion of this property that would actually have the potential to be developed privately as a residential development.
Can I add another comment?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. That's great. So basically half of the 60-acre parcel is going to be for something other than housing. Is our assumption?
At least half of it, I would say. At least half of it.
So if only 30 acres of it is going to apply to the R2 zone, residential, whatever configuration that looks like, then I don't see any reason to limit it from what it currently is, 6 to 12 units per acre. Just my thought. Thank you.
Scroll back up here. Any other comments or questions for Lisa? I believe, I think was Todd here to speak for the school district.
Yeah, Todd's standing in the wings.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, I don't have a lot to add to what we previously presented on this issue. I think you are sort of wrestling with the policy decision that is, how much density do you want in this new part of your community? you all kind of beat me to it. I was going to point out that really you're talking about half, if not less, that would be potentially residual that the school district would surplus and get rid of. And even that's not clear. The district may never get rid of any of it. Again, the request, the R2 zone allows outright for elementary school and a middle school. That's our interest. We have less interest in exactly what the density is. So the policy discussion that you're having about, how do you meet your GMA goals and how do you keep affordable housing in your community? And then you spread that over 30 acres. Is it worth reducing that through a development agreement or not? And I can't answer that for you. If you do feel like it should be reduced, we're happy to walk through a development agreement with you. If you feel like that's just not worth it and you'd rather have the flexibility of leaning into that density, then we don't need that. We're happy that you're entertaining this with us and wrestling with this and like I said, the density really to the school district is somewhat less important than getting that zoning in place so that we don't have any future stumbling blocks in terms of permitting either an elementary school or middle school. It is worth noting, sorry, I'll add one more thing I had jotted down here. It is worth noting that, Lisa, you'll remember this, in the city of Spokane, in the city's basic residential zone with what they call RSF, the density there is 6 to 10 units an acre. So I think, certainly if you look at what the trends of what's going on in cities across the United States and the obligations of the GMA, it is to provide more density because density provides more housing and that drives down costs. But I'll leave that at that, and you all can debate whether or not you think that's appropriate here.
Thank you. Any questions of Todd while we have them? Okay, Lisa, anything else from you before we open the public hearing?
No, just public testimony at this point.
Okay. All right, so I will go ahead and open the public hearing at 9:47. I have a couple quick things to read, and remember that our council rules have not been amended yet. So all comments made by proponents, opponents, or other members of the public shall be made from the podium, aka Zoom in this case. Any individuals making comments shall first give their name and if they are a resident of City of Liberty Lake or not. It is expected that all speakers will deliver their comments only on the subject matter under consideration during this public hearing. These rules are intended to promote an orderly system of holding a public hearing, giving every person an opportunity to be heard, ensuring that no individual is annoyed or embarrassed by exercising his or her right of speech. We forgot to amend that. And lastly, council members shall not reply or respond in any way to testimony provided by speakers at the public hearing. Todd, do we have anybody who wants to speak during the public hearing on the Central Valley annexation?
Yeah, we have Steve Peterson.
On the annexation, or, okay, go ahead, Mr. Peterson.
This is Steve Peterson, resident of Liberty Lake. I'm fully in support of the annexation requested by Central Valley. It meets the 5 governance criteria in the comprehensive plan and will be a welcome addition to the city of Liberty Lake. The factors that they're possibly including a middle school and a elementary school and the ball fields, and reducing the size of the annexation by 50% or more means that we're going to have much less density than we would normally. On top of that, when you start to think about 12 units per acre, that's about 3,000, 4,000 square feet per household. That's a significant amount of square footage for a household in any community, and especially in these times and dates when most people want to downsize. Again, I'm very in support of the Central Valley annexation. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd, do we have anybody else wanting to speak on the annexation?
Greg Cronin.
So, Greg Cronin, you're up if you have your comment is for the public hearing.
Actually, it was not for the public hearing. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. We'll get to you during citizen comments then. Thank you.
That sounds
Just wanted to
great.
make sure.
Thank you.
Are there any others, Todd? Okay. So it seems we have no further comments at the public hearing. We will close the public hearing at 9:50. All right, thank you. All right, so that brings us to ordinances. Before we do that, it is 10 till 10. I would ask if anybody, if one of the council members wants to make a motion to extend the meeting, and since we have not revised the rules yet, it does have to be unanimous vote to extend the meeting. So does somebody want to make a motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I make a motion to extend the meeting till 10 o'clock if necessary.
We're past 10?
No, I'm sorry.
Would you like to revise that?
I would like to go to 10, past 10 as necessary.
Well, we need to give a time.
Particular time.
Yeah, we need a particular time. We can always do 10:30 and we can leave early. Okay, so the motion is to extend the meeting until 10:30 at the latest. Do we have a second? We have a second? And, okay, we have a second by Councilmember Kurtz. And again, I'll take the vote, and if we're going to extend, it has to be unanimous. So all those in favor of extending the meeting until 10:30, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are extended till 10:30. Thank you very much.
I like 10.
You just want to make a motion to make a motion. All right, now we are on ordinances. First read. So this was a community engagement, so we're going to skip
I'd
this.
like to make a motion to table it.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to table the ordinance.
All right.
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion and a second to table ordinance 277. Any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor of tabling this first read ordinance 277, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Okay, we're on to second read ordinance 215A. And since Ann is out, Kyle, it's your turn.
All right. Ordinance number 215A, City of Liberty Lake, Spokane County, Washington. An ordinance of the City of Liberty Lake, Washington, amending the adopted solid waste management plan to incorporate a recycling, contamination reduction, and outreach plan as an appendix to the plan.
Okay, do we have a motion on the ordinance?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Make a motion to approve ordinance 215-A.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Councilmember Kurtz. I'll go to citizen comments first. Are there any comments who would like to, any citizens who would like to comment on this ordinance to amend the city's comprehensive solid waste management plan? Todd, do we have anybody? Okay, seems we have no citizen comments. Is there any questions or further discussion from the council on the second read before we go to a vote? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of approving ordinance 215A, please raise your hand. Okay,
Did you say 215A?
215A.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sounded like you said 213A.
Oh, sorry, that's okay. My lips are getting tired. All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've got 5-0. All present council members have voted in favor of 215A, so it passes. All right, thanks, everybody. Now, no emergency ordinances. Katie, you're on for upcoming agenda items.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have 4 workshops, 2 at 6 p.m., rules and procedures, council priorities for funding 2022. We have 2 at 7 p.m. One is the legislative update on public safety modifications that Chief Simmons is going to provide. And the second is with Lisa, who's going to give you an update on House Bill 1220 regarding housing and shelter. And then also on the agenda, we have approve a contract amendment with Lochner. They were the engineering firm that did the design for Kramer Road. There was an additional scope of services that they provided, and we need council to consider compensation to them for that extra work. We have a first read ordinance on annexation with a comprehensive plan use designation, zoning, and effective date. And then finally, we have a second read ordinance on the funding of the accounting tech from a part-time to a full-time position.
Yeah, great. All right, go ahead, Councilmember Kurtz.
Were we going to bring back the community engagement discussion for a workshop?
Where did, we put that on the, yeah,
You tabled it,
no, just table the ordinance.
Table the ordinance, but then the discussion,
Yeah.
we were going to continue the workshop for that again.
Okay, so question 7 p.m. or 6 p.m.? 6 p.m. probably.
Yeah, we probably won't make 6.
Well, 7, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else?
Anybody else? All right, so we're back to citizen comments. Greg Cronin, you are up.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can, thank you.
Okay. So this is my first citizen comment, so everybody be nice to me.
We're not allowed to respond, so you're good.
You're not, oh, okay. Okay, good. I'm safe. First of all, thank you, Council and the Mayor, for listening to my comments. A couple of things from the meeting tonight. First off, Mike Kennedy, I sincerely appreciate your comment about social media. I am not a social media user just because of the negative comments that come from it. And that was wrong for somebody to say that about Holly. The one thing that comes to mind is how do we defend that as a city or as a council? And I'm wondering if there is a possibility of a video that could be done from the council members talking about negative comments that show up on social media, just kind of that could be sent as a response when somebody puts something out like that. Just Mike, your words were very good in saying, hey, we are here. Just contact us, phone numbers on the website, emails on the website. So just kind of a thought. I didn't realize that the comments were that strong about Holly. The other subject is no campaigning in the booth. And as I recall, it's a pretty good sized city booth. And I'm thinking probably about 20 feet across. During campaign season, maybe it makes sense just to consider having a sign made that says, no campaigning questions or subjects, please. And once again, you can refer them to the website if they want to have a phone number or an email address for a particular council member or the mayor or whatever the case might be. And then the next thing that I was listening to was on the American Rescue Plan funding. And we are past the pandemic part of it, I guess, but I'm wondering if the funds could be used for something like marketing all businesses. So whether it's marketing to a local area, marketing to the Spokane Valley, marketing to Spokane, and just with the idea of creating awareness of all the businesses that we do have, with the possibility of creating some additional tax revenue. And maybe even the funds could be used to sponsor business rebates or coupons for these, for vendors to offer to consumers, to get them out into our area and using the businesses. So that's the end of my comments.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Todd, has anybody else chimed in for citizen comment? No? Okay. All right, we are finished with citizen comments. And of course, what did I do with the agenda already? There we go. So no executive session. So if I don't hear anything more from the council, no objections, we will adjourn. See everybody in a couple weeks. Thanks for staying up late with us. We did make 10 o'clock by 2 minutes.
Very good.
Thanks.
Have a great night.